What? Hello. It's time for the show. How did you like the music? I've been really enjoying this album from Jazz Dog. You know, it's got like that old school video game music feel to it, which I enjoy. Highly recommend you check out more of Jazz Dog's stuff. I'm sure that he does other things. This is just the album that I happen to like. So, shout out to Jazz Dog. Hello, Baphomet. Hello, Kitty Tick. Psycho Plebeian. Hello. And hello to the YouTube chat. Y'all are bumping today. Just so you know, we do have the separate website chat, which is over here. This is not Twitch. I do not simulcast to Twitch, although some people tell me I should. I don't know. What are you guys' opinions? Should I simulcast to Twitch? Now that they have their whole, like, if you're a queer person, you have to tag your content as belonging to a queer person for the purposes of ads. Anyway, what's up, Drea? Hello. Like the music. Good. Because it was made by a fellow lefty and community member, Jazz Dog. Also, Dorothy Slutman is a fucking hilarious name. Shout out. What's up in a box? Hello. There is no good news. Let's just enjoy the fire and chaos. Well, okay, so there is always at least a little bit of good news. It's a goal of mine. Every time we do the show, I'm like, okay, we need to make sure that we include some good news. Whenever we do, especially the Sunday thing. It's like the Sunday show is where we talk about all the news that's like all the stuff that I think is important. And like, okay, I'm going to flag this to your attention and I have commentary about it. And usually it's like, okay, there's at least 3, maybe 4 positive or negative news. And then we try to do like at least 2 or 3 positive news. It's not usually like totally equal. especially because I have way more to say about the negative news, obviously. So the segment doesn't end up being of equivalent length, good and bad, but there is always the good at the end, right? Yeah, one good vibe minimum. Like, that's the minimum. If we're going to cover the news, we have to include at least one good thing. I've been doing some soldering lately, been enjoying the heady fumes. Open a window. Just open a window. Silly. Might need to move my... I have my little foot pad. Oh, are you okay? Are you good? Are you a little bit high right now? My cat was being very affectionate and energetic earlier. And I was like, oh, maybe he wants to play with his mouse. My cat doesn't play very well, very easily. Oh, by the way, we're just gonna like dick around for a little bit here before we really get into the political conversation. Just for a little bit, though. Wednesday show is basically entirely dicking around. So on Sunday, we try to take things a little bit more seriously. But anyway, so the cat was, he's a little bit affectionate, but he's like not good at playing. And we are trying to get him, more energetic because he's kind of overweight. Like, he kind of weighs 20 pounds and he's a big cat, but he should probably weigh like maybe 15 pounds, right? So we're trying to get him more active, and he doesn't really like to play. So I'm trying to like get him into it, right? And so one way that we can get him into it is the catnip. He kind of gets way too high if we give him actual catnip on the floor. So I just take the one mouse that he likes, and I keep it in the catnip jar. Not even like submerged in it, just like on top of the catnip in the jar. And when I'm ready for him to play, I pull it out and kind of dangle it around. It's one of those that has kind of a long, thin tail, and that's what he likes. So he just kind of got to play with his catnip mouse. Are you doing okay, baby? You doing good? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, yeah, you're zooted. You're zooted. Yeah, you good boy, zoot boy. If we get to the stream goal, I will get him out, but I'm not going to bother him right now. Yes, Mitternacht. Thank you. Compliments on the hair. Yeah. I just took it out of the bun from last night. I was not sure what it was going to happen because yesterday when I took my hair down, it looked crazy. But I just did the haircut too. Fresh. We're fresh on both sides. Keeping it cool. It's about to be summer, so I'm already preemptively like, let me make sure I'm doing everything I can to stay cool. I too am too lazy to play if there won't be drugs. That's funny, Ben. Godspeed, my tripod is 12 years old and 12 pounds. I've given up and I'm just letting her vibe with her fat ass self. Well, okay, so let me be clear. I'm not trying that hard to get my cat to lose weight, because if I was trying really hard to get my cat to lose weight, I would probably take him to the vet and have him put on a prescription weight loss food. But instead, we're just kind of making some lifestyle changes, trying to get him more active. We have it set up so that he can jump on the bed now. He didn't used to be allowed in the bedroom, so the like physical activity of jumping, he's doing that more often than he used to. Figuring out the trick with the catnip is, conducive. Obviously, that's quite useful now that I know that I can get him to play. Because before it was like you couldn't even get him to play. Girl, can you... I'm going to be struggling with this forever. It doesn't matter. So for a long time, we couldn't even get him to play, and now he's kind of doing it a bit. And we are still considering getting a kitten. I would like to start visiting the Humane Society on a regular basis and try to see if we can find a cat who's like youthful and sweet and hopefully like playful, to give him somebody to hang out with and like somebody to chase around or whatever, somebody to wrestle with a little bit. Let's not skip past spring just yet. Oh my gosh, congrats, Baphomet. Yeah, I'm just like aware that it's gonna get really warm really fast, probably faster than I'm ready for it to, and the days are super long, so like the time of day that it is warm gets longer and longer, which is so interesting. Is like I'm like 2,000 miles away from where I originally was, but it's like there's a north south differential, so that it like in the winter the days are shorter, but in the summer the days are longer. It's gonna be hard to get used to that. The ratio of nip to activity versus nip to nap is a delicate one. True. I recommend looking into no call shelters or private owned shelters near you. I rehab and rescue strays and ferals, and the smaller ones with less resources could probably use the space more. If you're willing, more work on the research end. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Oh, no kill shelters. Oh, okay, not no call shelters. That was a typo. Got it. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I guess I just figured like the Humane Society has the most resources to help the most animals. So that's why I tend to default to wanting to support the Humane Society because it's just like a little bit more centralized. And also, prepare for a controversial opinion. I don't necessarily think that I don't know. I guess like I don't know what the protocols are at these places. So like what's the difference between a no-kill shelter versus a shelter that will put animals down? Like I don't I guess that like there is always the potential for procedural difficulties on either end. Like no-kill shelters are obviously going to tend to be more overwhelmed, so they'll have to turn away more animals or they will have fewer resources for each animal. And then like with kill shelters, like there is obviously the runaway possibility that way more killings are happening than most people think should happen. Like PETA kills tons of animals. Like that's one of the insane things that they do. It's like something like 90% of the animals that come into PETA's uh, custody end up being put down, which is crazy, right? I feel like there's got to be a happy medium somewhere where we can acknowledge that like when populations are out of control, we do things to control the population, like hunting, like putting animals to sleep, like spaying pregnant cats. Did you know that's a thing that we do? I did not know this until very recently, but can you can spay pregnant cats and like dispose of the babies. Did not know that that was a thing. Welcome to the 45th parallel. We are roughly halfway between the equator and the North Pole. Yeah, it's nice. I do like it. I'm excited for super duper long days in the summer because that means that like that's a lot of daytime to go like hiking or traveling, you know. I'm very, very, very excited to get to explore outdoors as it continues to get warmer. Also, super looking forward to having my car during the week again. My partner is just, of course, using it for work right now, but you know, having the opportunity to go physically to places, super excited. And then, like, yeah, you can get started early, and then you have all this long, long, long day before, because a lot of the parks and stuff, anywhere you are, lots of parks close at sunset. So, boy, howdy, if sunset isn't until after 9 p.m., yes, we're here for it. Oh, okay, official sundown is around 9:30 in the summer, but actual last light may not be till around 10:30. Ooh, yeah, I'm excited. And then super short days in the winter. Just it's just fun. It's just different, you know, from what I'm used to. Oh no, Kitty's keyboard is about to kick it. Rip in pieces. Oh, Chicago. Oh, of course, Chicago. Uh, winter is brutal. So windy, so crazy windy. So today's a politics stream. There's 50 people in here right now, roughly, and only about 26 likes. Can we pump that number up really quick? It's so quick, it's so easy, and like the reason why I ask you to do it is because while I'm live streaming, if we get suddenly like 5 likes at the same time, YouTube immediately shows the stream to more people because we immediately get more people in. It's wild. So I am here to chit chat. I'm so curious to like how many viewers stop by who are subscribed versus not. I'm sorry to those of you in the YouTube chat for the inconvenience of you not being allowed to type unless you've been a subscriber for 1 minute. That's just like a little teeny tiny barrier for the trolls. And it does seem to help a little bit because we rarely get trolls like them, you know, having to be patient for 1 minute before they can be abusive in the comments. Right. Oh my gosh. Rin, thank you for the gifted sub. And Masso Mouse, enjoy access to membership-only content on the channel. Thank you. That's very kind. Took it a minute to show up here. Streamlabs is a little bit slow. I wish it were easier to hit the like button from the site. Yeah, that's on the YouTube end. YouTube does not have it programmed in that if a video is embedded, you can do the YouTube interactions. I think that there's a specific reason for that, and it might be... Do y'all remember the Facebook lawsuit where it was a class action lawsuit against Facebook for them data mining? And the context of that is that there was... I'm just going to update the donation amount. Thank you very much. So there used to be a thing where like you could hit a Facebook like button on a web page that was not Facebook. So like, let's say you're reading an article and there's a built-in like Facebook plugin and you want to hit the like button. Well, that mechanism required Facebook to track you across a lot of different websites. And it was like, it's considered like an inappropriate amount of data mining. And so there's this class action lawsuit. And I think that payments are starting to be made finally. I haven't really double checked into it, but that's a thing. And so I wonder if that might be part of why YouTube doesn't put a like button function, because then you would have to be on some other website logged into your YouTube account, and they would have to be tracking you and communicating back to YouTube from that other website. So I wonder if it's just like, yeah, something along those lines. Because otherwise, obviously, they know that people watch YouTube embedded in Discord on individual websites, like all kinds of stuff. So, well, I hate Facebook, so I'll accept this minor inconvenience. Yeah, I do think that that might be part of the reason. But yeah, a true Pachik. 54 viewers and only 42 likes. Shake my head. Thonkers. Lux website is obviously superior, and all our donations go to a worthy cause instead of YouTube. That is another thing. You like, so on the website, you can do basically the same thing as a membership, a $5 membership, but more of the money goes to me than to YouTube. All I have to do is pay the PayPal fees, and then the rest of the money goes to me, as opposed to roughly between 30 and 50% of the money going to YouTube. Crazy. Giving the baby their own mouse so that they don't grab your hand while you're trying to use the computer. That's a 10 out of 10. That's a thoughtful consideration. Guys, today might be a day where I run out of shit to talk about every once in a while, because I have been researching something that I am not prepared to share yet. And I've basically just spent like the last 3 days where I was off work, like researching this new thing. And I have to like build out the idea a little bit more and do more research and probably sit on it for a little while longer before I really pull the trigger on like potentially starting this new project. So So basically, my brain has been consumed with this one thing for the last 3 days that I'm not ready to talk about. So we will be trying to like talk about the news in a holistic way. And I will be so helped if you all have suggestions for like, oh, here's this thing I read about this week that we should probably touch on. Because obviously I have like the 2 or 3 websites that I go back to and double check. Mic Rec Drop. You would like to know what microphone this is? This is a Shure SMB7, I believe. And it is connected to a Go XLR. And I am using a Mogami Gold cord in between. And that is how my microphone is set up. It's pretty high quality. And then you got to go in and like you got to tweak the voice stuff and all that, the levels. I don't usually mess with that stuff because I figured it all out when I first installed the program. And then I haven't messed with it since then. But it doesn't just automatically sound good. You have to like adjust the treble and everything. I try to drop news into your stream recommendations here and there without overdoing it. I don't think there's any such thing as overdoing it if you're just dropping links in the Stream Recs channel. So that's, for those of you who don't know, in the Discord server, we have the stream recommendations channel, which is ideally where you all will drop links if you're like, oh, I really want to make sure we talk about this. Or even if you just want me to consider talking about it. And as long as there isn't a lot of back and forth conversation in there, that's the one thing that kind of bogs down that channel, is if you guys start like talking about the news in there. But if you're just posting a bunch of links, then that's very, very useful. Because, right, I go to like Taylor Loren's blog. I go to Aaron in the Morning, obviously. I check around Blue Sky. There's like people I follow over there. Unexpected that I was shown something on Facebook that I have not seen any news about anywhere else, which makes me kind of wonder if I should talk about it, or I don't know if I should just kind of let this be, because it involves a trans woman who was very famous. And I don't mean like publicly very famous. I just mean internet famous. She was like YouTube and lots of people made content hating on her kind of person. And she has drifted away from doing YouTube. And I haven't seen a single news article about this. It was just mentioned in a Facebook group that I'm in. And so I would like to talk about it, but also if this has managed to not, I don't know, it's hard to say whether it would do good or bad to cover it. Oh no! Kitty says, I hate being fewer than 30 days away from 35. I am getting level ups already and it's grim. Slipped halfway off my porch yesterday, but managed to catch myself. However, catching myself seems to have thrown my back out on the left under my shoulder blade. The literal impossible spot in my own back to rub. Oh no. It was not Brianna Wu, if you're asking about Wu. Nope, it was not Brianna Wu. Baphomet, how do you know about it? Where did you hear about it? Or are you just making a guess? But I guess if you go Googling for it, you're not going to be able to find anything about it. Because I wasn't able to find anything about it. No news has covered it. You would probably have to know, like, where to dig in to find stuff about it. Just guessing? Okay, well, I guess I narrowed it down too much. It wasn't vague enough. But I definitely want to talk about the fencer. There was like some woman who declined to fight against a fencer because that fencer happened to be trans, even though fencing is often co-ed anyway. And that same fencer had played against men and won against men recently. So that's something I want to talk about. Has Aaron covered that, or am I going to have to go elsewhere? I'll have to go elsewhere. She's one of the only trans women who was very publicly attacked in the Gamergate era that I remember. Other than, like, Brianna Wu, I guess. That's fair. Yeah, who are the internet's like trans woman lol cows nowadays? Are there any? Like, are there any specific trans women that are being attacked? Like, obviously, there was a lot of hate that came down on Demon Mama last year, but that was just like one guy who decided to basically spurious rumors bullshit, you know? Keffels, I guess. Didn't she come back recently for a stream and everybody was like, "Oh, I wish that she wouldn't do that." Fencing, the sport of sitting on fences. Chris Chan. I mean, the people who are obsessed with Chris Chan have been using her as a lol cow for forever. That's not like someone that many people in a more mainstream sense are commonly dunking on. Keffels and Wu, basically, that's it. Keffels semi-active on Blue Sky now? Okay. That one lady that tries to make herself a victim everywhere she goes by doing provocative shit on TikTok. I don't know which one you mean. Are you referring to the woman who sits down in a restaurant like and records instances of people coming up to her and being transphobic while she's just eating her lunch? Or are we thinking of different people? No, yeah, Mira. So be clear, I have not like finished, figuring out exactly what all we're talking about on the show today. So if you still have recommendations, if you still have links you want to drop, YouTube will not let you post links in the YouTube chat for some reason. So if you want to come to the website chat or do it in the Discord, there's a link to the Discord in the description of the video. For those of you who are on YouTube, someone earlier was like, "Can you post a link?" Like, there's a permanent link in the Discord, for the Discord in the description. Ignorant question. The phrase lol cow here means like a humorous or satirical exemplification of something, right? I'm unfamiliar with these figures. Yeah, so a lol cow is someone who the internet has decided is worthy of ridicule, and it's usually just innocently like the person is just existing. And then people start like making fun of them. And they're usually weird, like, to be fair, they are people who often are doing things that are socially unacceptable. But they're basically just innocently living their lives, and then people decide to make them into a spectacle of like, "Oh, look at how ridiculous this person is, look how funny this person is." And it's often, I think, people who are unironically doing what they're doing, like people who are unironically being kind of cringe, I guess. They're just like, "I'm just being myself and I like it, and it happens to be cringe to people." Because there's like a level of sincerity that is part of what is being ridiculed when you have like a lol cow. So yeah, basically, I hope that helped explain what that means. Someone mentioned recently that Keffels may have done like one-off stream, but I don't know. Keffels' Blue Sky account is gone. Okay, yeah, Keffels did stream like a week or two ago. Threads is very trans-friendly. I have just no desire to be on yet another meta platform. I have Instagram, I have Facebook, like, that's too many already. Keffel streamed yesterday, according to Twitch. I wish that she would go do something else. Oh my gosh, I really wish that she would just, like, find something more fulfilling elsewhere to do. I feel like even if you have to go back to doing OnlyFans, like, that's still more fulfilling than whatever we're doing. Oh my god. I'm trying different things with this shirt. Do we like this shirt? It's a little crop top. It's a little Renaissance fair shirt. I want to be more stylish. I'm just not very good at it. Excuse me. I hear about plenty of harassment that women are getting on Threads. Ooh. It's all about, listen, I think every platform, 57 viewers, 50 likes. We love to see it. Can we get to 69 now? That's the next goal. Get to 69 likes. Still think your hair looks better on camera with it on your left side, like the side that I just moved it to. I know. It's gonna end up getting flipped back and forth all the time, but my natural part is right here, which is why my hair looks better on this side, I think. So I think that every social media platform has the potential to be filled with people who are doing bad things, like bad actors. The thing that makes or breaks a platform is how well you can moderate your experience and your space. On Facebook, obviously I have my friends, and for the most part, I have just learned not to go into the comments on public Facebook posts. I probably could go in and like block a million billion people, but I don't have a public Facebook presence. I know I could. I have several friends who have a public Facebook and who make money, some amount of money on their public posts. I am not going to do that. I just don't want to have, I use Facebook for personal things and that's it. I just don't go into the comments on public posts. Most of the time. Occasionally I'll do, yeah, but like a lot of the time I don't. Because I know that it's going to be a crapshoot. Yeah, you can block people, but you can't report people. And like, how permanent is the block? Obviously, Twitter is like the least desirable platform to be on because there's like blocking almost does nothing. You know, you can like people can still see your posts. People can still screenshot your shit and quote screenshot it. Like, it's not fun to have like that little. Like, blocking does almost nothing, you know? On Blue Sky, when you block someone, you cease to exist to each other, and I love that. Bad actors, are we talking about Blair White again? That's not who I was thinking of, but, you know. $50 likes, perfect timing. Yes, 50 the puppy. Perfect time for you to show up. So, yeah, I think every platform, it's like, I don't know what the moderation tools are like on Threads. And I honestly don't really use Instagram that much either. I have a Instagram that I use only to look at stuff. I don't ever post on there. And I don't know, I guess I just don't look at the comments a ton either there. Like, that's less of a deliberate avoidance and more just like, oh, most of the time I'm just scrolling, looking at reels. Like, another video, and another video, and another video. Can still stalk with clear sky. True. Yeah, I know that's right. Okay, so let me look at the stream recommendations channel, because I know that y'all said that y'all were posting in there. Spanish trans politician gives passionate speech. From Katie's channel.
The next thing.
No! Come on, Katie. Not posting links to what you're fucking talking about in the video. God damn it. That's so annoying. I did see this show up on my timeline. I just didn't see the... I guess I just didn't retweet it. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Spanish. Okay. Thank you. Go away. Okay, okay. So we can just watch the actual video and not watch Katie Montgomery's video. That's potentially a good thing. Viren posted news about uh Mahmoud Khalil. Let's see. We'll go there. And we'll go here. Okay. Facebook Reels are such trash. YouTube Shorts are way better. I watch videos on Facebook often, but a lot of the videos on Facebook are like cross-posted from Instagram, and like it's very confusing how cross-platform promotion works. I don't know. Anyway, I get a lot of garden stuff. I get a lot of animal videos. Out at a forest rest preserve with the wife. Have a good stream with hopefully no major dread. Oh, that's awesome. Have a great time. I was just talking with my partner before stream about some of our plans to go do outdoor recreation and like how can we facilitate that better. So I'm so excited for you. It was my call to action last week was to get outside. So you're doing it. You did your homework. Congratulations, Byron. My recommendation last week was, support your local park service somehow, whether that's like buying a camping pass or, thanking the people who are changing the trash cans at the park, or like, if there's anything that you can do in your community, cleaning up parks, that kind of thing. Just get out there. So you did good. I met my girlfriend through Facebook dating. Wow. I forgot that they had that now. Andy says Threads feels more like Twitter in the past, but with better blocking and reporting features, however, does seem to be susceptible to bots. I want to go to the ocean again. We went to the ocean and it was so fun. Okay, so for sure, I want to talk about the fencing thing. I'm considering talking about Mahmoud Khalil because is he in the process of being deported? Oh my God, dude. My ex-roommate also met his wife on Facebook dating. I mean, you gotta do it somewhere. And it's like, it seems so much easier to do it online than it is to meet people in person nowadays. Of course, I do still think going out and doing the things that you want to do in the world is a great way to meet people. But a lot of those things are prohibited by like money, and Facebook is free. So I'm just going to go make a free Facebook dating profile. Excuse me. I think this was on Erin's TikTok, maybe. She doesn't have an article about it yet, but let me see if I can find it. Erin in the morning. I will follow her. Maybe I was seeing an older video. Okay, hold on. I'm going to try to figure out when this video is from. Shh, quiet. Okay, this is from March 3rd. That was a while ago. Okay, so that's not really relevant news now. Getting a free vacation to El Salvador soon. Right, yeah. Oh man, the morbid humor. Oh, we really should talk about it. I just saw someone claiming that trans people's ID was being considered invalid in Texas, and so technically, like, trans people who have changed their gender marker are functionally undocumented in Texas right now. I have not been able to find anything corroborating that. Yeah, Erin in the morning is always a great. I always check in on Erin's website, especially she's brought in a couple of additional authors. So that, kind of helps make sure they can cover more and more topics. What day was our last stream? Our last stream was on the 6th. Okay. What's up, Dink Cat Lord? Welcome in. I'm curious how they know an ID is invalid if someone has already changed their birth certificate. Everything would match. So I think that the idea here is that Ken Paxton could say, oh, these people's IDs are not valid anymore because we have records of their court cases. So, like, if they have, through the court system, changed their legal sex and there's a document of that, like that, everything that trans people have to go through to change our legal names and our legal genders is like for the purposes of preventing fraud, making sure that there's an official record, right? Oftentimes a publicly searchable record, even. So if they say, well, those court orders are retroactively invalid, therefore any ID that has been issued in relation to one of those court orders, we can just go into the computer and click a button that's basically the same as clicking the button that says this license has been suspended. Functionally, I don't know that it would actually be suspended like in the legal sense, but it's basically they can just be like, well, this is no longer valid. And then if you go and like you have to have it scanned or something, it might flag it as like an expired ID in that way, where it's like, oh, it's just expired now, no longer valid. And that would be an issue, obviously. Yeah, we did cover that, Andy, the fraud thing. Which that's different than just saying like, we're just gonna say that your ID is not valid. Like you would have to go back and get another one. That has been the saving grace of this the whole time, has been like, well, they can't take away your current driver's license. They can only say, when you come to get it renewed, we will change it back to what it originally was, right? But if they do decide that they have the authority to just cancel it, then, there's not much you can do. Like, you have to go get a new ID. I knew I should have sealed the court order to change my gender markers. Yeah. I'm like struggling with like I want to make legal changes to my identity documents, but I like there is an option in Oregon when you're changing things to say like this is part of a gender transition and therefore I want the documents sealed, which I obviously I would prefer to have the documents sealed because of my status as a public figure. Like I want that stuff to be private. But if I flag it as like this is related to a gender transition, then does that like increase the likelihood that I'm going to be on a list somewhere? I'm already on a list somewhere, ? Like, I do not know. I think maybe the federal government maybe doesn't know about me. Yeah, thankfully, Oregon does not need any legal paperwork to set your gender marker on your driver's license. You simply declare it. Yeah, totally. And I don't think I ever updated my gender marker with the Social Security office. I didn't even know that you needed to do that. I think I didn't know that that was even part of it. So I just updated my name with the Social Security Department. I've never applied for a passport. So honestly, I think that the federal government probably doesn't know anything about me. If the court order is sealed, then nobody can access it to see why it was sealed. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, but those are the kinds of things that you have to think about as a trans person. Just so you know, if you yourself in the audience are not trans, these are the kind of things that we're thinking about. And like, I probably need to try to get, okay, the SAVE Act. Oh, the SAVE Act. Didn't it pass? It passed the Senate. Does that mean that it's not? Is it going to the president now? I don't know where it started. Federal government knows about me because of my military service. I'm afraid they're going to up and put me on the SSN dead list like they are to immigrants. Right, because they are like just revoking the social security numbers of immigrants. Passed in the House but needs the Senate. I think it passed in the Senate, though. Okay, maybe we're just waiting to see whether it's going to pass in the Senate. Drink water, babes. It's so good for you. Mm. I will wake up my cat from his catnip nap if we can get to the dono goal of $100. The bar is so low, everybody. I'm like, can I get $100 per stream, which is $200 a week? And I still owed $3,000 in taxes. Oh my God, the self-employment taxes have got me fucked up. Tea is water, true. Why is Trump getting away with so many things he has no authority to do? That's a great question. The answer is that our legal system is built on like a lot of assumptions that people are going to follow the rules. And therefore, it does not know how to react when people just don't follow the rules. And the mechanisms that kick in to prevent harm tend to not kick in until some amount of harm has already been done. I know someone who is moving to France, and part of the reason why they're moving to France and not somewhere else is because there is like there's like a committee or something that checks on the potential bigoted implications of laws before they even go for a floor vote to become legalized. Which is crazy because in America, laws can just be passed that do whatever. And then after the fact, judges decide whether those laws are in line with the Constitution and precedent of previous legal cases. But like imagine if every law was required to be reviewed by an independent group of people whose entire job was to be like, we need to consider all the implications of this. Is this going to harm women more than men? Is this going to be against civil rights legislation, you know? I'm not sure if the law committee is the whole EU and not just France. The person who is moving to France, I assume, has done a shit ton of research, and they did not indicate that it was the whole EU, so I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Our entire legal system is reactionary. It reacts to harms after they've been done. It doesn't prevent harm before it happens. And both sides keep packing the courts in their favor. Yeah, of course, that's not, that's not ideal, I guess. Appa Norway is offering asylum to trans Americans. Nice. I know that there is somewhat of a housing shortage in the upper reaches there. So that's another reason why this person is specifically going to France. And like there are better employment opportunities for the particular field that they're in France. But, anywhere, if you can get anywhere in Europe, it'll probably be better off. What good is legislation if it just gets ignored by authorities? Well, that exactly, right? Like that is kind of the quintessential question about like how do we uphold a system of laws, and like the fact that the system that we have, like a system which is based so much on presumption of good faith, presumption that people are going to be honest, and when it doesn't have mechanisms in place, like you know, like lying is not illegal for politicians to do. You can't lose your job as a politician for lying, even though you probably should, right? But there was like an assumption that people wouldn't lie in their official roles because, it was, I guess, kind of like a class idea, like only honorable men of a high class and good breeding would possibly be politicians, and therefore we don't really need to worry about them acting dishonorably, or like in that time they would settle matters of dishonorable disagreement with like duels and stuff. So yeah, this is like what we're discovering is why our current governing system is vulnerable to being taken over by an authoritarian, like the fact that nobody has arrested Elon Musk, the fact that Donald Trump can be a 34 times convicted felon and still be president of the United States, like some obvious, like, deep fundamental flaws in a system that allows those things to happen. Not sure why anyone would assume people would not lie. It's not like humanity has changed since the founding fathers. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's like a very naive presumption. And I think it is predicated on, like I said, like these super classist ideas that like, oh, well, we're men of a higher caliber. Only men like us will be running the country. And since we have an understood code of ethics between us, there's no need to enshrine that code of ethics in the law. I'm just kind of hypothesizing. I'm just kind of imagining the mindset that went into this, because I'm not sure if there was any explicit reason why that no one ever said, like, if you're a politician and you lie, you lose your job, or, there's a harsh punishment, like a huge fine or jail time or something, like, I think if you're going to have a government and politicians, that's kind of a really basic concept. If that lady who ran in a brand new district in North Carolina or wherever it was, she ran in I think South Carolina, actually. She ran in a brand new district as a Democrat, won as a Democrat, and then immediately changed parties to Republican. Is like, you should be fired from your job and never allowed to run for public office again. I don't know. I don't know why that's complicated to our system. Sophie asserts, we kind of aren't living in a society right now. Nothing is wholly upheld across the board right now. I kind of see what you mean when you're kind of saying, like, we don't like our agreed upon rules are not being upheld. I'm sorry if the internet is skipping out a little bit right now. I have not changed anything, so we're just gonna have to wait for it to catch up. I'm sorry. I know it's being a little bit funny. I can see it. Drea sharing some tips in the chat for anybody who wants to move to Ireland. Excuse me. Fetterman being a right-winger and running as a leftist. I genuinely don't think Fetterman is a right-winger. I just do think that it wasn't right for him to say he's a progressive when what he is like a pretty, like, center-right Democrat. Like, I don't think that necessarily makes you a right-winger. I guess that's semantics, though. What effects does this marker change thing have on tourists coming in from more liberal areas like Canada or countries in the EU, as an example? Well, Masso Mouse, I have read several stories recently about people from, like, Australia and stuff. Oh my god, what is wrong with my leg? People from Australia and, like, Germany who have been detained on their way back into the United States. I haven't saved any of those. Maybe we should talk about that as it relates to And dude, it's not even gender marker changes either necessarily. It's like it's just people with a normal visa being detained and not allowed in the country, like white people from English speaking countries. Fletcher Frenchie, welcome to the website. Says, as a French, some of my friends want to flee to Belgium because things are getting reactionary in my country. The thing about France, though, is that you also have a special mechanism if a far-right party gains the vote. All of the smaller parties have an opportunity to band together, call for another election, and, like, put all of their combined resources toward one candidate. Like, you guys have, like, things that go off, things that trigger, things that activate when bad shit happens in your country, where you like immediate reaction or immediate redo on the election. We don't have any mechanism. So when Kamala Harris lost and a lot of people were like, wow, I regret not showing up to vote, like, we should have a mechanism where it's like, actually, let's redo the election now. Immediately, let's redo it now. Google says that Bernie is a democratic socialist. I believe that that is accurate, yes. Playing Battle Royale on Greenland. A huge symptom of capitalism for me is the idea of suing people when they commit a crime instead of prosecuting them. Like what? Right. This is, you know, when we talk about the social construction of crime, this is kind of what we mean. That if I steal from the cash register at my job, even if it's just $20, and even if it's because my kid hasn't eaten today, and I want to make sure they can eat, that is a crime that I could get arrested for. Whereas if my employer goes in and manually tweaks my hours, taking me from 50 hours down to 40 hours because he doesn't want to pay me overtime, that is something that I would have to sue for in court. My boss is not going to get arrested for stealing my money from me, which is, it's like the way that we write laws and the kind of punishment that we write for them, and like the fact that crimes against the working class are like, you actually have to fight to get the justice system to do anything. It's not automatic. Like if I steal from the cash register and my boss calls the cops, they're just going to immediately show up and arrest me. But if I call the cops and I say, hey, my boss stole $150 out of my paycheck, they're going to be like, well, you have to file a lawsuit. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Arrest this person for stealing from me. Like, how frustrating is that, you know? When do the water wars start, by the way? If we're lucky, in about 20 years. What does democratic socialist mean? Oh, man. It basically is a person who... Oh my god, there's a bird outside being crazy loud right now. Functionally, it's like a person who still believes that our government should kind of run the way that it does, in terms of like, we should have elections, we should have representatives, but we should try harder to restrict corporate presence in politics, and we should increase like the services that we provide to people, essentially. So they have good values. Like a democratic socialist has good values, in my opinion. They tend to do this whole let's work within the system thing, and that does not seem to be very effective, which is like, it's like, so democratic socialism is a well-intentioned ideology that doesn't seem to change things in a way that prevents future abuses from developing, if that makes any sense. So it's like, I respect people who believe that in that because they are well-intentioned. They just are also misguided, I think, as to what the solution to the underlying problem is. Because they tend to just believe like the system is working the way that it, or like the system can work in a way that is benefiting people, but it all depends on who's in charge. Like if we just put the right person in charge, or the right people in charge, then the system will start producing good outcomes. But we have clearly seen that that is not necessarily the case. Or like if the good outcomes only last for however long those politicians are able to remain in power, then that does not really guarantee rights and access in the long term. So that is why I don't identify as a democratic socialist, even though I think they have a lot of good ideas. Yeah, representative democracy with strong social services, unions, and tax on the rich. Sure. Yeah, democratic socialism only works if the majority is on board with it. Right, like that is one of the problems with democracy is that you have to rely on like average people being informed enough to make decisions that are going to result in the largest amount of benefit to people, whereas a lot of people are so self-interested that they will, cut off their own nose to spite their face. It can be difficult to vote with so many people being disenfranchised. All it takes to remove someone's vote is to challenge it. Anyone can do it. I read somewhere that one person challenged thousands of people's votes and got them removed. There is no system to automatically let you know that your registration has been deleted. Right. I've talked about that recently. Yeah, that I had to vote provisionally in 2012 because I think that that's what happened. Or no. Maybe it was the second time I went to vote. I had to vote provisionally when I was like 22 because the voter requirements changed in Kansas, but nobody told me. So I just found out when I went to vote, when I previously thought that I was registered to vote, which is why you should always double check. Like 6 months before you know there's going to be an important election, you should check that you're still registered to vote because you never know when they're just going to randomly purge the voter rolls. And then in a lot of states, you can't register to vote the same day that you vote. You have to do it like 2 weeks in advance or maybe even 6 weeks in advance. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's voter restrictions. Like that's why, but we can still say it's stupid. I don't want to talk about the dire wolves thing. It's fake science, or it's not fake science, but it's fake spin on a story that's not that exciting. Oh, they genetically modified a wolf. Okay, great. I know that they can do that. Yes, I do plan to talk about the SAVE Act. That is probably one of our biggest things today. I voted in every election since I was eligible at 18. Yeah, no, me too. I know that one of those times I voted a provisional ballot, but they also didn't tell me that I had to go double check. I had to go make sure I was registered to vote. So I'm pretty sure that at least one of the times that I voted for president has just been thrown out. Now I'm from Kansas anyway, so obviously like Kansas never is even a little bit at risk of being purple. Like Texas is more at risk of going purple than Kansas. Oregon automatically sends out mail-in ballots a month before the election, and if you don't get one, it probably means there's an issue with your registration. And as far as I understand, they do that for every election. So there's like an election coming up in May, like a local election, and so I should just automatically get a ballot, which also means that that increases voter participation for all the other elections. Like a state that like automatically sends out one ballot per registered voter for each election, and then you can just send it back and you don't have to go anywhere or plan for anything. You have plenty of time to Google everything that's on the ballot at home. I'm sure that we have a more representative democracy than most states in the union. Like Washington and Oregon and any other state that automatically does mail-in ballots. Like, and there is no in-person voting. Now, if you want, you can take your mail-in ballot to the county elections office and drop it off there. I probably will do that in most cases, or like at least physically take it to the, I don't know. I mean, I don't think even physically taking it to the post office would make me feel better. Like the post office itself being subject to whims, and like I've seen news stories before of like entire trucks of mail just being dumped, not necessarily ballots, but so taking it directly to the county elections office can make sure that there's no question as to whether your vote gets counted. But yeah, like compared to in Kansas, where there's all this bullshit, and people can't take time off work, or the lines are too long, or whatever the situation is, I bet Kansas is less democratically representative because of that impedance. What is scary is how many people are fighting having mail-in ballots in Oregon. I don't think these people are from here. We also had stories of ballot boxes being lit on fire here. Yeah, in Portland, I remember that. Washington State texts you when your ballot has been counted. Basic shit. Like, dude, stuff is a little bit more expensive in Washington, Oregon, and California, but also you get better services. Like, why are my taxes so fucking high, and like my income tax in Kansas every year so high, but they can't offer me these basic things? They don't streamline processes and stuff. Like, ugh. Some individual things are more expensive, but yeah, you get better service out of it. Ugh. Okay. Okay, maybe let's not talk about that today. We're going to talk about the SAVE Act. We are going to talk about... I'm debating whether to talk about Mahmoud Khalil. We've got... Oh, there's Jazz Dog. I'm going to put that right over there in case we need to pull him up because we're going to take a break. This is a positive news story of a trans politician speaking up for herself in the Spanish... In Spain, like actually in Spain. Carla Antonelli speaking on behalf of trans people in the country of Spain. Oh, fucking shots fired. So Drea in the chat is like from Oregon, where I now live. And she says, things are more expensive here because we finance most of the Southeast. Fucking true. The Southeast and Eastern side of Oregon are like so poor. They don't pay very much in taxes. There aren't very many people who live there. So for the few people who do live there, they still need things like water and electricity and stuff. And like a lot of money goes into maintaining these systems for a very small number of people, which is wild. And then the rural people get all pissed off at how many people are in, like how many liberal fucking queer trannies are in Portland, but like those people subsidize your way of life. North Carolina's Supreme Court ruling decided to keep 60,000 challenged votes, however, did disenfranchise all the overseas and military voters. See, that's crazy. How are you going to serve the country in the military and like they're not even going to count your vote? That's fucked up. Bye, Sophie. Cry. I can't believe you would let your phone die. No, shit happens. It's fine. I don't care. If you are watching on your phone, you know that we have a website, luxander.net/live. Fuck. So yeah, people in Oregon, I don't know if you guys have heard this, it's very silly. In the same way that people are like, oh, California should secede or Texas should secede, people in Eastern Oregon talk about like wanting to join Idaho. They're like, we don't like all these fucking queers. We don't want to be part of your bullshit. We're going to go do something else. But then Idaho doesn't want them. And Drea is like, they do not want Eastern Oregon because it is a massive financial drain. From Washington, I always drop my ballot in the ballot box physically. Yeah, totally. Of course, it does make it so much more convenient that people don't have to do that. And yeah, a lot of those ballot things are like, you can literally just drive up and drop it in the same way that you would drop it in like a post office. Yeah, so. Or like, I think one of my friends who lives in Washington will physically walk into the county elections office and drop it off with a person because of the risk of like ballot boxes being vandalized. I wish my hair would maintain more volume. It like is heavy enough that I will need to probably put some kind of styling product in it at the roots and like let it dry straight up or something so that it'll maintain volume. I know it's so annoying when femmes talk about their hair. I'm sorry. If you do luxander.net/chat, you can have just the chat open on mobile. That's true. It's very true. I feel like separating the states would help with many things, but cause a bunch of other issues. Mixed bag to be sure. Yeah, no. I don't even know. I can't even speak to like what we should do as far as like, should we split these states? I mean, I think the easiest answer is just like get rid of the electoral college. That would be a one, ideally very simple thing to do. If we just went to like a national vote instead of this, or even like a not all for nothing, all or nothing. Because, you know, in Pennsylvania, a state where it often comes down to 1 or 2 percentage points, it's like 49 to 51% kind of thing regularly. If we even just did something that's not winner take all, like if Pennsylvania had 2 electoral votes, which they don't, they have more than that. But let's say that every state only has 2. And we have all these states that come down 50-50. Well, okay, you would just have 1 of each from each state then, right? And like even that would probably make a huge impact on how our elections turn out. But of course, Republicans will never let those changes happen because they have to cheat to win. My hair is the opposite of yours, long on the sides and bald on top, hoping the VA sends me the wig they prescribed since it was put in before the trans healthcare ban. I hope that they do that. Yeah, absolutely. Wigs can get expensive, as I understand it. Imagine if Texas seceded and then California and then every state went on its own and Trump ended up the president of nothing. Yeah, it would definitely not happen, but it would be funny. Turtle Bird Me says, get rid of the Electoral College, introduce ranked choice voting, and limit lobbying dramatically. That would be, yeah, just easy shit. Easy, quick changes, but we can't pass anything. Splitting states based on political lines would be a mortal wound. We would rip ourselves apart with no further reaching across party lines. I mean, there's no way to split states based on political things, because it's like even all these bullshit red states have giant metropolitan areas that are blue. There are huge metropolitan areas in Texas. That's why Texas is always at risk of going purple, because like the cities are so big that they bleed into several counties, and then you've got like several counties that are purple. Bernie's speech in LA today was excellent. Yes, it's a rerun, but worth being said again and again. Yeah. I haven't covered that, and I don't know if I will, because like every time I'm trying to talk about any big rallies or anything, I'm going to always have to be like, by the way, this is a super spreader event. We're still very much in the middle of a pandemic. They said that the emergency was over because they didn't want to have to keep taking care of people and letting you have time off work and extending the relief funds. So maybe stop going to super spreader events. Is Trump really going to run for a 3rd term? And if he does, should we get Obama to fight him? That would be very funny. What's up, Ateen? Welcome in. I feel certain that Trump is going to run for a 3rd term. Yes, I do think that that's going to happen. Unless he dies, but I do think he will probably live forever. Dude, true. If the Republicans won the popular vote but lost the Electoral College would be gone the next year because GOP actually tries to win, unlike Dems. To be fair, I mean, part of the problem is that the system is so fucked already. Like, we should have gotten rid of the electoral college like 70 years ago. But the power has been drawn away and away and away and away and away so much that you really can't accomplish much of anything because they have stolen and clawed away so many of these elections across the country that, like, the only reason we have such a neck and neck, even in the Congress, neck and neck Republican and Democrat representation is because they keep stealing elections and cheating and changing districts and stuff. They're already testing the waters for how to purge voter rolls and disenfranchise as many voters as possible. They want to make it so everything's made up and the votes don't matter. Exactly. So yeah, we will be talking about the SAVE Act, which would make it impossible for me to vote unless I get my birth certificate updated, which I don't really want to have to do right now, but whatever. Gerrymandering has to go. Yeah, like, why don't we just have a bunch of perfectly square districts? Like, stop trying to, like, tweak things. Like, redrawing districts, carving out, like, oh, this one person's house. Hello, Mabs. I thought the stream started at noon here. No. So it used to start at noon Central Time, but now I've moved time zones. So now we do it at 11 Pacific Time. So we've been going for about an hour and a half now. Trump administration, its own cast review. We'll talk about that. I might not end up having as many things that I try to pack into today's story. We'll see. We'll see. Both gerrymandering and the Electoral College disproportionately benefit Republicans. With them they wouldn't. With them gone, they wouldn't win anything. Fucking true. So I'm still kind of trying to decide, like, what all we're going to talk about in the actual segment, which we still have a little bit of time before we're really going to start in that, the news coverage part of the stream where I'm like, let me lay it down for you, boys. I'm feeling a little behind regardless. Yeah. Florida teacher loses job over trans student's name, but community fights back. I worry about HRT being available in the future. Well, I know a lot of trans women are already, looking into DIY because for you guys, it's pretty easy to get the care that you need. I guess the only trick is if you're worried about finding a doctor who can help you monitor your hormone levels. But I mean, I just saw a trans woman saying, like, literally this morning that, or maybe yesterday, that you can get like a year's supply of injection estrogen and supplies for like $100. So the only trouble there would be if you have a difficult time making sure that your labs are being checked on a regular basis. But I mean, obviously the bigger challenge is for transmasculine people, and you know, because it's not something you can really access without it being very explicitly illegal. It's in a gray area of legality for you guys to get estrogen online. Okay, that maybe we'll talk about that. Judge rules Trump cannot take school lunch money from hungry kids in Maine over trans students. Baphomet says technically you can make your own vials of estradiol buying supplies from China. I don't know anything about that. But I mean, as I understand it, it is pretty simple chemistry stuff, so. Alan says, I'm stocking up on HRT personally. Some endos will help double prescribe, but there are also websites that will ship it to you discreetly. Yeah, like, if you get a prescription for like testosterone and the vial says like you're only supposed to use each vial once, but it has more in it, if you get your doctor to prescribe it as like each vial is single use, then you end up with like a shit ton of it, and it's your own prescribed medicine, so it's not like bad for you to have it. Estradiol valerate. Mm. Oh, that sucks, Mira. Maybe you've talked about some of this on Takis before, but I didn't. I think I missed your like initial calls where you were kind of giving some of your backstory. I assume that you're the same Mira. Um, so I had missed some of this backstory for your having a difficult time accessing care and everything. Estradiol the Valiant. True. That's gotta be that has to be the name of something. Like some trans author who's way cooler than me should write a story with that character in it. That's awesome. I have wondered if I should talk to a doctor about EDS. Um, oh, I've never called into Takis, just super chats. Okay, there's a different Mira who was calling in on a regular basis, so you're just a listener. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, cool. But yeah, I was wondering if I should talk to an EDS doctor about maybe doing low dose tea for my health, but I honestly am not feeling too terrible. I was struggling for a bit. I know I'm sorry if you're here for politics and I'm about to talk about my disability, but being disabled is political. It's one of the many things about me that has been politicized. Um, but my health was really haywire for a bit. Oh, and we just hit 69 likes. Yes. Yes. Nice. Um, Josie pronounces it Myra G. Okay, cool. In a box. Thank you. Pre-news dono. Also, my Rust code is compiling. Yeah. High five. Awesome. I know it's my show. Listen. Hell yeah, that brings us up to $25 for today. Cat's not in here right now. Okay, come back. Last time she said Mara. Well, Josie's a little dyslexic, so we can't hold it against her. I feel like I was about to say something and I got distracted. I was shocked and appalled yesterday when I realized two of the biggest Trumpers at my job haven't seen any news at all since the election. Apparently, getting that point of view, gas prices have already gone down. I asked if they watch the news at all, and apparently current events are boring. Interesting. Yeah, I play World of Warcraft, and one of the rules in the guild that I'm in is no politics. It's one of the only rules, actually. Um, but it was really interesting. We were just kind of talking about social media a couple days ago, and I mentioned Blue Sky because someone asked, like, how does the ignore function work on WoW? And I was like, it's kind of like Blue Sky where you don't exist to each other anymore when you hit the button. And someone was like, I don't do social media. And then that started like a little conversation. So like all these people are like, I'm not on social media. And to me, that kind of inherently means you do not know what is going on with current events. And that is crazy to me. How many people are just like, yeah, I don't do social media. And I'm getting back into exercising and stuff. And I'm thinking about getting into like much more serious time dedication type of exercise. That's part of the big plan that I have that I don't want to talk about it yet. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. And so I don't know if I really need any more medical care to address that. But that is one of the things, like, tea is supposed to be better for people with hypermobility. Like if you are on a low dose of testosterone or something, it can kind of help reduce some of your symptoms like muscle pain and all that kind of shit. But yeah, if I'm already not doing too bad, then I don't really need it. My hair likes to Velcro to itself when I freshly shaved it. Did you hear that the SSA is moving their communications to X? Like the Social Security Administration? No, I had not heard that. Sorry, sometimes I just want to play video games and be ignorant. I mean, like, I'm not trying to hold anybody personally to account for this. It's just weird to me to be in like an environment where it's just kind of normal that people don't know what is going on around them. And like maybe a lot of this insane shit wouldn't be happening if people were aware of what is going on around them more. The same people who told me Israel has been around since the Bible times. Hilarious. I love how you can pick up a Bible from like 1960 and there it says Palestine in there. Like, outside of a few YouTube channels like yours, I am not on social media either. Yeah. And I think it's, you know, you have to have a balance of like staying informed versus maintaining your mental health and like also having other shit to do. Refused to believe it wasn't a country until 1945. Yeah. But I've seen it in old Bibles and stuff. Like, look, there's Palestine on the map. Excuse me. I haven't used X for years now. Yeah, I don't go on Twitter hardly at all, and I don't miss it either. My interactions and engagement was like so down toward the end there anyway, and I was apparently not shadow banned, but just like for some reason my posts were not showing up in people's feeds anymore, and I had like 4,000 followers. You know, you would expect to get like a you know, couple dozen at least likes and views and interactions with 4,000 followers, but people just never interacted with my shit. Like, I don't know. It's very weird. No Twitter, only Blue Sky. Exactly. I get more engagement on Blue Sky where I have a much shorter or like a much smaller audience and where there's no algorithm. So like my shows just post up chronologically in the timeline when they post up. And yet I still get more interaction. It's crazy. Never Twittered either. Jumped on Blue Sky a few months ago. Blue Sky has good vibes. I mean, the people that I follow on Blue Sky, it still feels a lot like kind of the politics Twitter experience. I miss when there were way more nudes on my timeline. Or just like, people appreciating life, people enjoying life and being silly and shit like that, you know? I feel like posting nudes is something that you only do when you feel like emotionally safe, you know? And also, it's like, oh, there's a bunch of normies here now. They don't deserve to see the nudes. Okay, there's this story about the Trump administration tried to defund school lunches in Maine because of their support for trans students, but then it got fixed by a judge, or at least we'll see if it is permanently fixed by a judge. Who has good news today? We've got a couple good news. We've got some good news. As a demi, I've never really understood the whole nudes thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just like women a lot. I don't know. I like maybe. I don't know if I'm demi or not. I think maybe I am, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. When you've been in like a long-term relationship, like what even is any of this anymore? There are plenty of nudes on Blue Sky. Listen, I'm just not seeing them as much. That's what I'm saying is like I just don't see them as much as I used to, and that's a little bit of a bummer. Oh god. The trouble with me not checking the news throughout the week as much is like I know that there's stuff that I'm missing. Like there's got to be stuff that I have not seen this week just because the pace of the news is so fast. Alan says asexuality is complicated. I thought I was ace until I was emotionally honest enough to admit that I was attracted to men. True. But I don't want to search out the nudes. I just want them to exist on my timeline in a mixture of other things. We need a good news network that's only good news 24/7. I do follow a guy. I follow him on Facebook, but I don't know if he's on any other platforms. But he does like a "What's Good in the World" segment, and it's typically at least two positive news stories that are like, Chinook salmon have returned to the waterways in Oregon or something. And then usually he ends it with, here's something positive about the community. It's usually like a community member who has done something positive for themselves or for their community locally. And it's good. You should follow, please. I'm like, every time I see him and he's like, what's good in the world? And I'm like, I will sit here for 90 seconds and watch you talk about this because I need that. Just not sure about the sexual energy of looking at naked strangers. I guess, to be fair, there have been nudes in my timeline casually for so long because I follow so many trans women and sex workers generally that I don't even know that I am particularly titillated by nudes. I'm like, damn, that is a great pair of tits. Scroll. Philly D has started ending his daily shows with a positive story. That's good. I'm sure that he has also been facing the psychic damage because he's been a political commentator this entire time. I stopped following him during the first Trump administration when it was clear that he was trying so desperately to cling to his identity as a centrist, um, that he was, I think, irresponsibly reporting at the time, and it took him forever to go, oh no, this is overt corruption. Oh no, this is a bad thing. And so I just have never gotten back into watching him since then. M Dove, welcome to the website. Says, I honestly hope to love my body enough someday to post a nude. You'll get there, babe. Oh, one of the great things about the website, you guys, if you're on YouTube, that's fine. But if you want to come to the website, one of the things that you can do is set your pronouns on your profile. And then whenever people hover over your name in the chat, they can see your pronouns. I have no way to add that on YouTube, only on the website. Mab says, naked women are great, but I suppose it's like being at a strip club. What is my responsibility here exactly? It's just, it's a very unexpected and silly way to think of it. What is my responsibility here exactly? To appreciate, I think. Just to go like, wow, thank you for being in my presence, beautiful woman. Like, I don't know, what else do you do? I've never been to a strip club, to be clear, so I don't really know what you do there either. Sometimes, like, occasionally Merrick will post, like, a picture of herself with, like, her boobs prominently, and I'll just, like, comment with the picture of, like, the old wizard who's, like, sitting there staring at the orb. I wish that I had the time and wherewithal to, like, do a very shitty Photoshop where there's two orbs. Just, like, appreciating the orb. Kent says that the strip club is a place where you drink and appreciate women fiscally. True. Yes, it is customary to offer the naked people an offering of thanks, typically in the form of cash. You have to leave an offering. I don't know how anyone's posting nudes. I think it's creepy if someone asks my pronouns. Like, exactly why do you want to know that? OMG, get away from me! Fair. My YouTube channel specifies her by my name. Did they add pronouns? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that they did that. But it doesn't show up in the chat. That's what I was referring to, is more like you people in the chat. Oh my god. Okay, so... Getting an offering to put your clothes back on. Yeah, it's like, I will be naked until you give me money, and then I will put it away. That's a threat. Okay, this is fucking the fencer story. I want to talk about that. Where else? Okay, I guess I've just, like, retweeted some stuff related to the fencer. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm realizing that there are too many stories. Okay, school lunches, that's technically a good story. We'll put that over here. TikTok lady, I don't know. I'm not really covering, like, international stuff right now. I'm not sure if this is relevant. But, okay, the Save Act, we're definitely going to put that near the front here. Autine, thank you for the $10 dono. Says, I hope something good happens to everyone in chat today. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that donation. Yeah, what is a good thing that's going to happen to me tonight? my younger sibling is going to cook dinner, which means that I get to eat dinner without having to cook it, which is awesome. Mm. That's awkward. Cans and Capybara says, I've only been to a strip club once on my 21st birthday, and it was pretty mundane, aside from a lukewarm lap dance from a former high school classmate named, quote, Raina. Wow. That would be very awkward. Oh my god, Amber says, a former boss took us to a club one night and bought everyone a lap dance. That was super uncomfortable. What? I would be like, ma'am, I hope that you are like this is going to be the easiest lap dance in the world that you've ever done because I want you to just stand there and count your money for 3 minutes and not touch me. That would be so fucking weird. Not having to cook dinner sounds lovely. Yeah. I'm imparting a skill onto another person. So the 2 nights a week that I stream, I do not cook. My younger sibling cooks. We're building some skills of resilience and planning and all that kind of shit. So, yeah. Being a parent suddenly in your 30s to a teenager is fucking crazy. I do enjoy cooking though. But I like have learned how to streamline the process so that very little actual cooking time is spent. Although, okay, so we are going to talk about more politics in a bit. Sorry. But I have this like setup and I've learned a lot of shortcuts and skills that just make it so much easier. It's called like midweek meal planning. And I learned a lot of the skills using the Sorted Sidekick app, but like I mean, a lot of it too is like, hey, clean up while this other thing is happening, or do this while this other thing is happening, and maybe do something initially in the skillet, but then pop it in the oven. It's your sibling might secretly be using one of those meal planning services. That would be really difficult to do because they don't have a job or money, and I'm home all the time. So if stuff was getting shipped here, I would know about it. Sidekick for the win. Yeah. I like used it for 1 year and now I don't feel like I need it anymore. Maybe I'll get the app again if I'm like I really want to zhuzh things up and add a few more recipes to my rotation, but I have like more than 20 meals to choose from just in my normal repertoire of like, okay, I know how to make this. It's easy. Boom, there's the ingredients. I'm totally the opposite. The more I learn about cooking, the longer it takes me to cook because I want to make everything extra fancy. I do still do like a long fancy cooking night. I made a curry recently because I hadn't built a curry up in a long time. A lot of the time we grab like a can of curry sauce and just put that in with like the chickpeas or whatever. But really taking the time. I learned to do this when I was separated from my partner and I was living by myself. I learned how to build a curry from scratch, like saute the onion, toast the spices, create your own spice blend. I don't even buy garam masala spice. I just buy like cumin and coriander and all this stuff. Like I buy the actual spices and I mix them myself custom. So like each meal is a little bit different anytime I make curry. And it takes forever. God, it's like an hour of just standing there in front of a skillet, But it's so much tastier. And I learned it. And this is something that I'm glad that there's like 60 people here because I want you to hear this. Sometimes you need to invest in your relationship with yourself. So I learned how to make curry because I wanted to dedicate time to do something loving for myself in the way that like maybe I might make a fancy meal for my date, or like I might make a fancy meal for someone who I love who's coming to visit or something. But like investing in the relationship with myself, anything Indian takes a long time to cook. So worth it though. It's delicious. It's crazy. you have to build the layers of flavor, and like the time that it takes is part of what develops these, complex flavors. And yeah, I did it again for the first time in a long time very recently. Like, God, it had probably been more than a year since the last time I properly built a curry sauce. And it was incredible out of the jar. And I made it for everybody. So it was like a lengthy cooking process of like love and investment that I like to share. And like that's kind of what cooking is for me in general. It's like I am cooking to save us money. I'm cooking to provide us with nutritious meals, balanced diet. Um, I'm cooking stuff thinking like this is going to prevent us from dying of a heart attack in 10 years, Um, it really is like an act of love for me. And so I guess it maybe is a little bit counterintuitive that I am also trying to streamline my cooking so that it doesn't take very long. But I think that's just like be reasonable about the amount of time that you have to dedicate to this and the amount of energy that you have, especially as I'm considering exploring more different ways to spend my time and I want to do more things. It's nice to be able to spend a really long time cooking a meal and have it turn out super fancy and perfect and everything. But it's like I liked the Sidekick app because it was like the meals are still going to come out kind of chefy sometimes. And you can still do things like put a garnish on something and make it beautiful and make sure you have a nice variety of textures and beautiful colors and things in your mundane cooking, like still bringing that sort of chefy zhuzh to it. And so that's kind of the way that I like to do things now. It's nice. Instant pots are a game changer for cooking food that has long cook times that need flavor development. I also just like to use my Instant Pot as a slow cooker. Like I make Mexican chili on a pretty regular basis. Mexican chili is one of the easiest things I cook because I take a can of crushed tomato, sometimes even seasoned crushed tomato, like chili tomato, a can of that, some water, sometimes chicken bouillon, but not all the time. And you put that in the slow cooker with your chicken breast for like 4 hours. And then at the 4 hour mark, you dump in a can of corn, you dump in a bag of 3 pepper blend and onion from the frozen section, and maybe double check your salt levels and double check your flavor levels. But like, boom, let that go for another hour. Easiest meal I cook. It requires like no dishes basically aside from the Instant Pot itself, because you just put the chicken breast in the slow cooker whole and then you just go in with your forks later and you just shred the chicken. It's fucking amazing. It's so good. Making curry like that is pretty fun. I've made butternut squash curry on a few occasions. So good. I make a big pot. Do you does the does the squash stay in cube form, or do you make like an emulsion? Do you like go in with the emulsion blender and make like a soup out of this? Like a butternut squash curry soup? That sounds really good. The only time I handmade an Indian dish was with an Indian friend of mine, and we made peas and paneer, and it took us hours. No. Oh, that's rough. Leah says, I had a friend who was dying from cancer, and in his last month, I helped by cooking for his whole family. That really is the kind of love and dedication that a family needs when they're going through crisis. Not an empty platitude like, oh, let me know if you need anything. You have to be like, hey, on Friday night, I'm coming over and I'm cooking you dinner. Or if that's too much of an imposition, then on Saturday, I will bring you a giant pot of food and then I will leave. And when you're done with it, I will come pick up don't clean it. I will wash it. You don't wash the dish. Give it back to me dirty and I'll wash it. Like that's the kind of energy you have to bring to a family that's grieving. Chickpeas and peppers with spinach wilted into it for the protein. Ow! That sounds delicious. A nice little vegetarian/vegan Indian option. I do like to do chickpea curry. I don't always do chicken curry. Do chickpea curry because that's like you basically make the whole sauce and then you put the chickpeas in at the end and they just need to warm up. I buy canned chickpeas, to be clear. It's so much easier. I did it for a month for real, yeah. Ooh, potlucks, yes. I love being able to put my love of cooking out there for friends and loved ones and share in theirs. I have also contemplated, like, what if I made cookies or something else? Like, maybe even I made, like, a protein-packed cookie. And if I just, like, walked around in parts of the city that have, like, homeless people and I just, like, gave out fresh-baked cookies to homeless people. That's the kind of community love that I want to share. Have you ever tried the pot in pot method for making curry and rice at the same time in the Instant Pot? No, I have not. I did find okay, so here's the one thing I use the Instant Pot to do rice because it's super fast. Um what do you mean no canned goods of any time? Canned goods are so good. They're fresher than quote unquote fresh most of the time. Canning is an ancient and highly respected process for food consumption and preservation. Like why are cans bad? And the steel is like one of the most recyclable things that we recycle. Egg bites make for some amazing protein nibbles. I need to get a silicone cupcake tin so that I can make egg bites because I haven't done it. Okay, Mabs, you got me. Hi, Angelica. John says, I'd make dal often. Indian lentil soup. Cheap, easy, fiber and protein. That's what my summer and winter curry blends are for. Ooh, nice. I've been making a lentil soup recently that starts with mushrooms. You fry the mushrooms in butter, and then you add whatever other vegetables you want to add to it. Onion usually, or like carrot and celery. Sometimes I'll chuck in there. And then after those things have kind of had some time in there, you put the lentils and water in there with some like vegetable bouillon. And then at the very end, I hit it with some heavy cream. So it is not vegan, it's vegetarian, but it's really yummy. It's super duper delicious. I survived off of egg bites made in an air fryer the entire time through college. That's probably better. Yeah, I always keep a bag of frozen peas. Never know when you're going to want to just throw some peas in something. I don't really like peas, so I like to just put a little bit of them in something that I like broadly. So I'll throw some frozen peas in a cottage pie. No data. Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry. The You know what? It's a super windy day, and I think that my internet doesn't like when it's super windy. I'm sorry everybody. I don't really have a lot of control over that. Yeah, rice in the pressure cooker. That's the main thing I do in the pressure cooker. The one time I used the pressure cooker to make like a meal that I like, I was like, oh, in the sense that I'm trying to shorten the amount of time, right? So typically I'll make a pot roast and I'll put it in for like 8 hours. Uh, I know, it's very windy. The internet doesn't like it when it's windy. I'm not the only person this happens to in my area either. But I did not like the pot roast as much in the Instant Pot. Like, it just, something about letting the flavors actually develop over the 8 hours really made a big difference. It wasn't bad, but it was definitely not as good. So if I have the time, and you know, a lot of the time, I have more energy during the day, so I'll during the daytime throwing a bunch of stuff in the slow cooker. Oh man, you know what's crazy is like on my meal planning list, I don't even have pot roast on there. I mean, I need to add pot roast to there. Like we aren't eating red meat as much is part of it. Probably part of why I forgot. But like, dude, I haven't made a pot roast since we moved. That's crazy. Excuse me. Okay, I will add that to my list later. Cool. We've gotten off on a whole food tangent. And we're about 2 hours in. So before too long, depending on how long this politics segment is, we should probably start the politics in the next half hour. Because I think I typically end up going for about an hour and a half, and then I end up editing it down to closer to an hour, generally when I'm, fully processing these and uploading them. Okay, Fencer. Okay, we've got the SAVE Act, we've got the Fencer. Trump administration is about to release its own CAS review. What is this? Florida teacher loses job, don't care about that. That's too localized. I had a couple things that I wanted to add about the Fencer. That's gonna go here. I'm going to decide whether to talk about Mahmoud Khalil. That's kind of like a whole immigration conversation that we could have, I guess. Do you not have access to cable, DSL, or fiber? Guys, listen. I have the best internet that it is possible for me to have. If I lived in a house, I could pay for something brand new to be installed. Like a lot of the places where you have internet, the internet is in the air along with all the electrical. So it's normal in that case to have like the weather can impact your internet. It's normal. I'm sorry that it is inconvenient. I rarely use beef in recipes. Yeah, anytime I do anything that usually would have ground beef in it, I just do ground pork instead because it's less fatty. The cast review has been debunked by multiple European countries. Yeah, well, basically, it's just like the U.S. is going to commission its own report being like, let's study detransition specifically and try to, trump up the claim that all these people detransition and it's harmful and everything. So they're deliberately commissioning a report that will say what they want it to say, regardless of whether that is in line with the body of evidence, the body of research that currently exists. Yeah, the internet situation in America is crazy. A few years ago, we were supposed to be getting Google Fiber here in Portland, but Comcast killed it because they have a legal monopoly here. Yep, true. If I called you on the cheeseburger phone, would you let us have a conversation or let it go to voicemail? That's funny. That's very funny. Let's talk about the lawlessness of this administration and how to defeat the Repubs in midterms. Well, okay, we're not going to do that because there might not even be a legitimate midterm election. Like, so we got to stop talking about that. Like, let's stop talking about that. You can go to some other liberal and talk about it with some other person who thinks that voting makes a difference. All right, so SAVE Act, number 1. The Fencer, cast review, the immigration and deportation situation. I'm not going to cover that. Okay, so that's like 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 bad stories. And then there's one win. Okay, I guess I do need at least one more positive story. I know, all you have to do is vote and everything will be fine. Trump stated before the election that there would not be a meaningful midterm. The right won't have to vote again. Yeah, no, he said that. He's like, come out and vote this time and then you won't have to do it again. That's the explicit intention here. Okay, yeah, so let me see. Okay, I need at least one more good story. Oh my goodness. You sound very gloomy politically. I try to keep hope. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so what I am is realistic about what has been working and what we need to try now. Like, I guess, of course, it seems kind of negative to be like, well, voting doesn't work, but I'm just like, I'm just meeting the world where it is. And I don't engage in what I call like toxic positivity, where I'm like, let me feed you a false message so that you feel better. The objective information that we have is that voting has not been sufficient up to this point. Like that, like the fact that people think that that's the only thing they need to do is the problem. So many people feel so hopeful about voting that the other 364 days of the year, they do not do anything politically. They don't even vote in the May election or the August primary elections, you know? Like I think that the false positivity around voting is like bordering on delusional in how people process like their like how people approach their sense of civic duty, their sense of civic responsibility to others. And now the house of cards has come crashing down. You know, for anybody who believes that voting is like the thing that you need to do or that will create meaningful change, you know, you have lost multiple elections now, and like even when you win elections, the things that you want don't happen. And now Trump is gonna even further take away the power of the vote to accomplish anything. So I'm just saying, like, let's face the reality that, like, okay, yeah, we should still try to vote, but we should also be doing like other things and even prioritizing other things, because like currently what we've been trying isn't working. So I'm just, and I guess also another thing that makes me very abrasive in this conversation is that I am basically speaking to you directly and saying, I expect more of you. And that is hard in any relationship, like, regardless of how close we are or anything. But, like, for me to sit here and tell you, like, you could and should be doing more, and I am figuring out the ways in which I can and could be doing more. You know, like, it's hard to be held to a high standard by someone who you care about. And so, like, I recognize that that creates tension in the parasocial relationship when I am telling you that, like, yes, voting is okay, like, voting is fine, but, like, you should be thinking about other things. I'm challenging you to think past your current framework, and people find that kind of affronting at times. Yeah. We can't wait for anybody to save us. We have to just do things. Pompadood says voting isn't super effective in the last big thing, but protesting has been pretty useful. Take that how you will. I don't know that it has been very useful, protesting the way that we protest in America, at least. But we'll see what happens. There's a ton of protests happening right now. You know, it seems like there was the big Tesla protest a few weeks ago, but now, like, every weekend it seems like there's a Tesla protest. So Yeah, I believe in vote and. Vote and. What else are you gonna do? Like, yes and. Vote and. I love that. That's cute. Protests are pretty ignorable. It does feel like, yeah, it's pretty ignorable. Like, what really is happening? The right has just claimed that they're all paid actors anyway. True! Remember when we talked about that girl last week who got arrested as she was like, doing a civil disobedience in the Florida Capitol? She got arrested for using the women's restroom. She said that like she's not a political activist, and someone in the comments was like, she's saying that because there's an implication that political activists are paid, and so she's trying to say that she's not being paid to do this. And I'm like, that's the goofiest shit I've ever heard, because I wish I was being paid like by some nebulous person. Like, girl, if I was just being paid $2,000 a month, $2,000 a month, and then whatever I make normally through Patreon or whatever, but like if I had even $1,000 a month, if some wealthy benefactor wanted to like support my journalism or like my commentary, then that would be so much incentive, and it's like so little money that it would take to make me feel like, oh, I feel better about doing this shitty job. It's crazy. Like, people who are left-leaning struggle to make money doing politics. But it's just another situation where they're accusing us of doing something that they are doing, right? Because all of this money gets dumped into people like Ben Shapiro. Like, Ben Shapiro doesn't organically make good money. He makes good money because his content is being artificially inflated. Wish I could afford to send you $1,000 a month. Don't, to be clear. I don't know. Maybe I should make a tier on Patreon that's like $1,000 a month, and it's just for like one insanely wealthy person to just subscribe to my Patreon. That would be crazy. I need to make enough money through the year that I can save money through the year that I can then spend on taxes, so that I don't have to continue putting $3,000 worth of federal taxes on my fucking credit card every year. I'm in Indiana. Changing hearts and minds ain't it. I'm doing good to keep my head down. Sorry, I'm not doing anything. Good luck to those who can. Yeah, and I will say, like, there's obviously, like, for people who are at risk, I know that it's asking a lot, and there are certain things that I won't do, right? Like, I won't go to protests right now, but that's partially because I don't want to have like a health complication with my disability or be thrown into the wrong prison or something by a cop. And plus the potential of being permanently disabled by just like being beat up by a cop in the course of them arresting you. So like, I don't go to protests, but I am like looking into ways that I can volunteer, and like keeping your head down doesn't necessarily mean like you can't volunteer for things. Even if it's just like volunteering for the park service. I've been looking into volunteer positions. There are so many, even if you're just looking at one thing, if you're just like, I want to volunteer to help wildlife or something, like that's still giving time to your community. It still makes a difference. I donated 2,000 pounds to a charity this week out of spite. Yeah, good going in a box. I'm of the firm opinion that making yourself a meme isn't gonna help. Yeah, I guess, like, I don't know. I always just try to advocate, like, there's all kinds of different levels of engagement here. You could run for public office, or you could volunteer at the homeless shelter, or you could volunteer to do, like, we're gonna clean up the shore of the river, or whatever kind of shit. Or even just crew cleanup on the side of the road. Just, doing something to get involved in your community, to make things better for your local area is, like, ultimately all I'm really asking for. Bernie asked his crowd if they were being paid to be there today, and they answered with a resounding no. Well, that's suspicious now. I'm kidding. Okay. So I have the show kind of together now. I have like a better idea what we're going to talk about. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 negative stories. And I have one positive story listed right now, but we should come up with at least one other positive thing. Oh my gosh. Dang Catlord, thank you. Gifted 2 tier 1 subs. Here's some cash United States USD dollar money currency. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm just saying the shock value stuff is missing the point. I just feel like that's such a small percentage of what people are doing, like shock value stuff. Anyway, thank you, Dank Catlord. Hopefully in a box and Cans and Capybara enjoy their gifted subs. Let me add that to the goal for today. We are now at $45 out of a goal of 100. At which point, I'm gonna have to take off this overshirt to flex in my sports bra. That's what's gonna have to happen. Phoebe says, I once volunteered to make over an abandoned public park by planting new flowers and cleaning up, etc. Yeah. Food Not Bombs was the most satisfying, most direct action I've ever done. Collect donations at 4 p.m., feed the community at 6. Hell yes! There are so many things that you can do. It's true. So many things. Okay, I think the last positive story I'm gonna have is like Florida teacher loses job over trans student's name, but the community fights back, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna take my little midstream break. When I come back, we are gonna get into the politics news part of the show, like where we really focus up and talk about these things. But I'm gonna rest my voice, get some new water, go to the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, be good. And we're gonna listen to Jazz Dog for a few minutes. All right, cool. one is so ready to repeat itself. Hello, I'm back. Had to rest my voice. Got a little water. Okay. Water's good for you. Take a little midstream bathroom break. You know how it goes. Had to double check. How does my hair look? You know how it is. Okay, so yeah, everybody with the dicks in chat. We're definitely trying to make sure that the video is demonetized. I don't actually know whether that impacts things. I'm not sure whether YouTube can really read any of this, but I don't know. Maybe we'll wait a minute for the dicks to go away. Can we get some wowies or some hypers or something to kind of... We'll clear it out real quick before we get into the actual news. Yeah, I know. Jazz Dog is so good. I'm gonna buy, like, probably all of the music that's on his Bandcamp. Probably all of it. And then just play it freely forever. Oh, I haven't seen Coggers in a long time. Yes. I love the emoji posting. Amazing. Oh, I guess this is sort of a beginning of the week announcement. I will be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show on Thursday this week at 2 p.m. Central Time. I will be there. I don't remember who I'm hosting with, but I will be there. Look at you guys. So many emojis. No dicks. Not allowed. Nope. Oh my god. Okay. Cool. Shall we start with the save act, or... like... I feel like that's definitely going to be one of our longer segments. Baphomet, you ruined it! You ruined it! You ruined it! How could you? No! No! I'm on with Ben. Okay, cool. Me and Ben. I'm also trying to get on one of the other shows. Like, they were like, oh, we could have you on Chewed Gum. I'm like, to be clear, they did not suggest that I go on Chewed Gum. I brought up Chewed Gum, and they were like, oh, totally, we could have you on Chewed Gum. That's the show that is, like, the woman-oriented show. So it would, like, if they brought it up to me to be on Chewed Gum, I think that would be a little weird, but, like, I can be like, I would like to go on Chewed Gum. Ben is awesome. It's true. Lux, you get on the podcast. I have not been asked. And that's really all I can say about that is, like, I don't listen to the podcast, and I have not been asked to be on it. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's planned in the future, or... I don't know. You should do the hang-up, show Matt how it's done. Unfortunately, Matt's shows happen during my streams. So I would have to cancel my show to go do the hang-up. Hashtag Ben 10, true. All right, the dicks are almost gone. They're so close to being gone. Thonkers, true. Thonkers is a good one. You can't hang up your own show. Exactly. See? You get it. Although, to be fair, I would probably make way more money if I did an episode of Matt's show with him. than if I did my own show. Like just the super chats alone. Like the way that it works at The Line is the super chats are basically split 50-50 between the two hosts. And then like the memberships are different. Those get split in a different way. And like part of the stuff like of the memberships I think covers the production team as well. So, but like super chats just get split 50-50. So if I went on one of Matt's shows and we made like $400 in super chats, that's me taking home $200 minus the YouTube fees and everything. Mira, quoting me, says, the dicks are almost gone. It's so close to being gone. Me, the day I finally get bottom surgery. True. I always laugh at the hashtag Team Lux super chats when you're not even on that day. I didn't know that happens. Sometimes we'll get hashtag Team Josie even if she's not there, but I didn't know that happened. That's fun. Give me the $5. No, I'm kidding. Support the show. We're just discovering the Milady emote. There's a lot of good ones. You guys don't realize. My chat and my community is not a heavy emoji using community. And I really think we should try. We should do it more. Hello, Zypation. Hope you and baby are doing good. The last one I listened to had a hashtag Team Lux, so it definitely happens from time to time. Cool. That's good. No, in a box. No. Don't do it. I don't really think it matters. I'm just procrastinating at this point, which is fine because it's a good mood kind of procrastination. Oh my god, my face gets so red whenever I do one of these gestures of like touching my face. My face gets so flushed. You and Katie got so many votes a few weeks ago that Arden almost put you on the scoreboard. Oh no. That's funny. Oh, Mira, that's a whole rabbit hole we could go down, deciding what kind of bottom surgery we want. We can avoid the news. There's gonna be positive news. I have to always remind you, like, I know that it's gonna be stressful for a minute, but then it's gonna get better, okay? Maybe I should bring more silly energy to the streams, and then you guys will be more silly. It feels reciprocal, though. But it starts with me. I'm the leader, and I'm a very serious autistic person who, when I even joke, does not come across serious. Yes, ignore news. Okay, listen, if I get to $200 in stream revenue today, I will consider not doing the news. But I have to put out a video this week, otherwise. I want all the bottom surgeries in a quantum superposition. True. I want all the bottom surgery. So long till the consult. Cry. Yeah. What's the point in knowing stuff, Marika? Well, I always give you a call to action at the end. Always. That's the whole thing. How much to not do news? To not do news, I have to make at least $200 in ideally direct donations through the website today. Because, like, you have to offset the fact that I'm not going to make money this week by not posting a politics video. See? That's what we have to offset. Damn, can't even get a doctor to return calls about consults. That's frustrating. You only have about 5 minutes. If you want to try to get together $155 to prevent me from making a video this week. But I have to talk about the news. Otherwise I gotta do it. can't afford surgery anyway. But a girl can dream. I'm actually just gonna ignore the dicks in chat from now on. I don't actually think it matters to my channel. But yeah, no, the expense of surgery and like not having health insurance, like I don't have health insurance and I am not sure how I'm gonna get health insurance, you know? It's very expensive. Dank Catlord with 3 gifted tier 1 subs says dollar. True. Indeed. Dollar. That is $15, which brings us up to $60 out of 100 for the initial stream goal today, which involves me flexing my buff biceps. Thank you, Dank Catlord. Do the video, just skip the news that's meeting us halfway. I can't! What do you mean? What else are we gonna do a video about? I don't know how, like, what are we gonna record? What are we gonna do for the video this week? Do you have a topic prepared for what we should talk about instead of the news? Nice, Mabs. Ooh, have a consult for FFS. That's awesome. Nice. Make a video essay about warrior cats? Is this a genre? Warrior cats? Wouldn't that be 70? It was 45. 45 plus 15 is 60, right? Oh, there's in a box with a $20 donation. Bacon, indeed. Bacon. Which brings us to 80 out of the initial stream goal of 100. Which is still not enough for me to cancel the news today. You've never heard of warrior cats? No. Yeah, the bacon. I like it. Is it like the Animorphs? I swear to God, you used to give coupons for Adam and Eve. No, I've never been sponsored for Adam and Eve. Nope, unfortunately, I've never had any sponsorships, you guys. I don't know if you know that, but I've gotten a lot of spam emails about like, I don't know, like a lot of them are like, let's send you some of our chewing gum. The one time I responded to an email that was someone quote unquote trying to get a sponsorship, it was one of those gaming chairs, and I was like, sure, why don't I get a free chair? But it was definitely a scam. It was like I emailed back and forth a little bit, and then it turned out, oh, they want me to send them money. It's a scam. So I've never taken a sponsorship. Warrior Cats is a huge book series about 5 cat clans. Okay. Rats. Drea with the $20 dono says, where is the Kit Kit? Okay. If we want cat for $100, that's fine. I'll do that. That brings us to $100 for today. We are getting the cat. He is in my bedroom. So I will go get him. And I will be right back. It deserves an Adam and Eve sponsorship. Listen, my videos don't get like a huge number of views, so I would completely understand, like, okay, if I only get like maybe not even 1,000 views per video, how am I going to convince someone to like give me money to try to sell their product? It's not reasonable to expect that I would get that kind of request. Anyway, yeah, let me get the cat. I'll be right back. Okay, I have Kitty. Hello. Hello, baby. Hello. Lux deserves all the money. I can't disagree with you. Hello, baby. Yeah, you good, buddy. You good, boy. He's like, please put me down. I don't want to be up here. Hello? Hello? Will you give me kisses? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. That's the deal that we have worked out. If he smushes his face against my face, I will put him down. Especially if he's annoyed with me already. He was so cute, you guys. I just went to go get him, and he was on the bed. And when I first woke him up, he was like, "Oh, it's you." And he did "Oh, hey, it's good to see you." Like, but he was like on his side. So he was just like, "Oh." And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to start to pick you up now." And he was like, "Betrayal." Like, he was not happy. Oh, poor baby. Can we watch a funny 1 minute and 49-second video? Does it have any audio in it? Or is it safe? Is there any music in this? What is this? You know, okay, 162,000 subscribers. Sometimes I can get caught on copyright for stuff you wouldn't expect. But does it require the audio in order to be funny? There is no music. Okay. Yes, exactly. Psychoplebeian. That is exactly the energy of this so far. Okay. I guess let's do this before we talk about the news. Whatever this is.
They want me to fight the chicken?
There exists, within the curious and unpredictable realm of Minecraft, a most peculiar and fascinating spectacle. An unorthodox pairing that defies expectation and yet seems to persist with the quiet confidence of something entirely natural. This is the chicken jockey. A baby zombie or skeleton, no taller than a man's walking cane, astride the back of a simple barnyard chicken. At first glance, one might be forgiven for dismissing it as a glitch, a brief lapse in the world's logic. But no, this union is intentional, and it is magnificent.
What?
The rider, though grotesque in its undead form...
So first of all, I didn't know that this was a thing, that the baby skeletons and zombies would ride on chickens, and this is a crazy way to learn that information. Yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, does this have stuff from the Minecraft movie in it? Because that's spoilers. It was funny for the 44 seconds we watched it. Okay. Let's get ready to talk about the news, okay? Because I don't think y'all are going to get me another $100 between now and when I want to talk about the news. If somehow we can get there in the next 10 seconds. But I doubt it. Oh, is it just stuff from the trailer? Oh, well. I'm bored anyway. Yeah, you've been stalling me. Gave you an extra 5 minutes anyway. Okay. Here we are again today. Hi, I'm Luxander. We talk about the news on this weekly news show. We try to focus on trans issues, trans people, stuff affecting those folks, we folks, and we try to talk about some of the important, challenging news of the week. And then we try to talk about some positive things at the end. So just to be clear, everything will be in the chapters below for you to click around if you want to see any particular news story. And don't forget to hit the like button and stuff, I guess. Oh, hello, baby. You're coming back to me? You're not angry? Oh, what very sweet of you. You could go all the way back to the bed, but instead you are here on my chair. Yeah? You're so good. I love you so much. Hello. Oh. He doesn't stay mad at me. He's very sweet. Donate at inopportune times. Donate 100 in the middle of the video. True. Do it after I've already talked about the bad news and right before I talk about the good news. And then you'll be the monster who canceled the good news segment. We're also going to try to expand beyond just trans topics. Obviously, that's going to be our main focus still, but we do want to cover other things when it matters. What we're going to start with today is something that will affect trans people. It's not necessarily specifically targeting trans people, but it will certainly impact a lot of us. Mostly, though, it's going to impact married cisgender women, it seems like. There are a million places we could start, and where I'm going to start is with this NPR article about the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act and this question of, is it going to make it harder for married women to vote? They've talked to some legal experts about this. The Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act has been approved by the Republican-led House of Representatives. The Senate is now going to vote on it, and then if it goes on, it's likely to be signed by the president. So this is going to basically increase the voter requirements. I am not here saying that we shouldn't have voter ID requirements. What I am saying is that there is a reasonable set of guidelines that we could probably agree on. And this basically requiring proof of citizenship, such as a matching birth certificate, which seems to be, that's what's commonly being thrown around in the news. For many people who have changed their name or who have gotten married, they don't always change their birth certificate. But for the most part, if you have documentation proving that you changed your name through a legal process, like a court order, you typically can still get like the updated, like real ID. You know, but this would make it to where like you can't be registered to vote unless all that documentation matches. So that's why we want to look into this a little bit and see, like, is this going to impact as many people as it seems like this is going to impact? Yeah, calling it the SAVE Act, adding insult to injury. True. Okay. So the NPR article points out that the SAVE Act was introduced in response to fears about voter fraud, although the research has consistently showed that incidents of voter fraud are very rare and really not significant in the influencing of American elections. So yeah, some acceptable documents would be a birth certificate, a passport, naturalization paperwork, or certain versions of the real ID that indicate citizenship. I mean, I hope that, like, I have a real ID. I hope that that would be enough. You would hope, right? But, like, this is what I'm saying is, like, am I required to have a U.S. passport? Because that's a different process, and it's going to cost Americans thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars at the very minimum. Like, all of the people whose names don't match their birth certificate to their current ID, If every single one of those people had to buy a US passport, and you also have to pay for professional headshots and stuff, you know, that's a crazy burden on the consumer, on the citizenry. Like, it's a fee to vote, basically. All of these things, like, the more documentation that you require. And I'm saying, like, I'm not against the idea of having a driver's license requirement or something. I'm saying that there's a reasonable place for us to place that marker, right? But every single one of those that you add, because there are people who are so poor that they can't afford even a driver's license. So while we may agree that having a state ID should be sufficient proof that you are allowed to vote, every additional thing that you require past that, like if you require a passport in order to vote, that's hundreds of dollars. You're making it like a tax to vote or a fee to vote that a lot of the poorest people are not going to be able to come up with that. Yeah, and there's a question of, like, do you need all of these documents? Oh, and by the way, Real ID doesn't mean like you have a legitimate ID. Real ID is a specific thing when you get a driver's license. You can get a regular driver's license, but if you get Real ID, it means that you provided additional paperwork that says that you are a citizen, and that Real ID is going to be required soon in order to get on a domestic flight. So if I was here in the Pacific Northwest and I wanted to fly from Seattle to Kansas, you know, that I would not be able to get on that flight without that additional documentation on my driver's license or a US passport, right? It's stupid, it's dumb, but I'm just clarifying, you know, Real ID basically is kind of halfway to a passport as far as domestic flight within the United States. The UK now requires voter ID. Sorry, the UK now requires photo ID to vote in person too. The Tories brought it in just before they lost. Yeah. Yeah, a passport counts as Real ID for the same purposes. Like, if, you know, for domestic flights, it's that additional documentation required to prove that you're a citizen. And then the passport, of course, is good for 10 years. And it's more dependent on where you live, how long your Real ID is going to be valid. Guys, it's valid for the same length of time that your driver's license is, but that varies from place to place. And we were talking earlier, we've talked previously about how there are places like Washington and Oregon where you just automatically have mail-in ballots. What happens in this situation? Like, am I just not registered to vote anymore unless I provide a passport? Or, you know, like, how does this play out? Really, we don't know. My understanding is that Real ID is not able to be used under the SAVE Act. According to this NPR article, it says certain versions of the Real ID that indicate citizenship. And I did produce my birth certificate in order to get the Real ID. So I provided my birth certificate, my marriage license, all of my current forms of ID. Like, I brought everything with me because that's one thing I got from my mom, among all the many good and bad things that I got from her, being over-prepared with paperwork, because I just happened to have everything that I needed to get the Real ID, and I was just originally intending to get my driver's license. It would mean abolishing vote by mail. Yeah, I don't know how else you could do this except to be like, you have to provide that document when you vote. Okay, anyway, so yeah, of course, some lawmakers are saying that the SAVE Act is going to make it hard for married women to vote. They call it a voter suppression bill. Ilhan Omar said this is a voter suppression bill and it will disenfranchise millions of voters, especially married women. Her social media supporters of the SAVE Act assert that the legislation orders states to determine what additional documents should be required when local voters have a discrepancy on their proof of citizenship document. Okay, but that's the thing, is like a discrepancy meaning a difference, you know? So it's like, okay, yeah, what additional documents should be required? Like, for example, okay, when you get married, you have the option to change your name. You can just write a new name in there. That is how I changed my name. Most trans people go through a process where they go through the normal, like, I'm just going to change my name through the courts. I got married and I changed my name. So my birth certificate, which, like, a lot of the time trans people try to update their birth certificate. I have never gone about that. But very specifically, married women do not generally update their birth certificate to reflect their husband's name. And, like, you know, you never know when you might get divorced. So, you know, having your maiden name on your birth certificate, whatever, and you have your marriage license, like, you have a document that's, here is where I changed my name. There's where the judge signed it. That's how it did it. But, like, having different determinations of what is required, because if you obviously, if you get married, you just kind of have a copy of your marriage license at the very minimum, maybe not your marriage certificate, because that is an additional cost. But at the very minimum, you have a copy of your marriage license, which is the document that changed your name legally. But we don't know, like, what additional documents may be required. So if they then say, well, you have to have a U.S. passport because your names don't match, then, like, that is potentially disenfranchising, again, millions of married voters. Shouldn't a marriage license count as the legal paperwork? Yeah, well, it should, but that's, again, it's like, well, my partner wasn't able to change his name at one point because he had a marriage license, but not in the marriage certificate. So in some situations, the marriage certificate is considered a more official document. But then, yeah, because the problem here is that it can vary so much from place to place. And as we've seen, the places that are more Republican are going to have stricter rules. So you will probably have situations like Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma. Like, those will all certainly have a much higher requirement for voting that may, in fact, disenfranchise these people who don't have a passport, can't afford a passport. And then we're reducing the number of federal workers when we're about to have a bunch more people signing up for a passport. Like, how are we going to make sure that this documentation is being processed in a timely fashion if we're cutting all of these government employees at the federal level? So they've gone in and talked to some legal experts here at NPR, which is why I picked this particular article. Because, like, is there really a question here? Some legal experts told NPR that states can ease this potential hurdle by, again, accepting secondary documents like a legal decree of name change or a marriage certificate. But Tracy Thomas, who is a professor of constitutional law at the University of Akron, says the issue is that court decrees are uncommon since they are generally not required for married individuals who want to change their name. And then also saying, yeah, marriage certificates are more commonly issued, but obtaining one may be especially challenging for women who've been married for a long time and may no longer have their marriage certificate readily available. Now, see, that seems silly to me because I know where all my documentation is, but shit happens. Maybe you move, maybe, maybe you're separated from your partner and you left in a hurry and you don't know where your shit is. Cool. Like, fine. And yeah, obtaining the marriage certificate is an additional cost and it's administrative burden. It's an extra penalty that no other voters have to do. Yeah, exactly. Seems like trivial costs, but they all add up. There's also time delays, administrative inconvenience, and burden at each step, which creates more obstacles and discouragement to voting. So there you heard it from a lawyer. Everything that I just said, you heard it from a lawyer. It annoys me when it's so blatantly obvious what they're doing, yet people still blindly endorse it. I mean, yeah. Trump said before, during the electoral process, he was like, you know what? Just vote this time. Come out and vote for me, and then you won't have to do it again. You won't have to vote again. And so he's been saying out loud with cameras rolling and mics hot that he is planning on staying in this role as president or whatever. Maybe he will appoint the next person. Like if he dies, then it'll be JD Vance or something. Maybe there'll be a power grab of some kind. But they don't really plan on having free elections anymore. And of course, like I'm coming at this as like from the trans perspective because so many trans people also have documents that don't necessarily match. And maybe, our parents are preventing us from having access to our documents. And, we are having a difficult time keeping jobs. So it's harder for us to afford duplicate copies of these things. Like trans people are just disenfranchised on so many levels. Some of them in the same ways that women are disenfranchised, and some of them are like additional burdens, additional difficulties. I would bet that it's less common for a cis woman's parents to deliberately keep your documents from you. But like, trans people are susceptible to these kinds of abuse, these kinds of control and power situations, and more likely to be unemployed and all this. So like it's harder on trans people. And like not every woman gets married, not every woman changes her name, but like a pretty decent number of trans people change their name or want to change their name and would if they could afford it. Also, potential issues of certain state personnel not recognizing out-of-state documents by unfamiliarity, not spite. Well, there's both, right? You have the potential of them being like, well, we're just not going to accept your ID because you're from one of those liberal states and we don't know what their requirements are. That's probably what it is going to be. Maybe real ID would have been acceptable if it was my Kansas ID, but because there's different requirements, I don't know. I assumed that the requirements were the same because it's a federal thing, but I'm sure that they will come up with any excuse to just like not take your documents. And I know that it's been a problem for a long time for tribal ID. If you're Native American, you can get a tribal ID, and it is like the tribes are their own government. So you've gotten a government-issued ID, but sometimes people will decline to sell you cigarettes, or you'll get hassled by the cops because you don't have a real, like that's a fake ID. Like, no, it's my tribal ID. We don't make thousands of these every day, so they're like possibly more susceptible to having like defects or whatever, or like looking less official or something, but it is a legal document that people just ignore sometimes. Everything about how this works for you guys in the US seems so antiquated. I have none of my important official paperwork on actual paper because there's no need. Yeah. It is kind of goofy. While I realize this won't help people who have already gotten married and changed their name, I think this is a potential wake-up call to women to stop bowing to the patriarchal custom. I mean, it certainly is a uniquely evil way of using the patriarchal custom to deny women one of their rights. I think that's very shit. What I will say is it is kind of funny because I think liberal women potentially on average are less likely to get married or be married, or they're, probably also more likely to be willing to divorce if the relationship isn't working out well, and are more likely to not take their husband's name. So wouldn't it be funny if the SAVE Act disenfranchises a bunch of red-leaning women in places like Texas, and suddenly now, like, let's just say 50% of women are married, and 45% of those women didn't change their last name. Like, those are demographic changes. Those are shifting demographics if you just like knock out the women who took their husband's last name. I would go ahead and vote anyway, record them stopping me, a woman veteran, then sue them because poll tax is illegal. This is an opportunity for activism. Although being from Oregon, whatever, we mail in vote anyway. Yeah, I think that's an interesting concept. Like, can you sue because this is a poll tax? They will just argue that these are reasonable requirements, My husband changed his name to hyphenate. Many gay and lesbians do this. Yeah, it's good it's good and important to acknowledge that gay couples can be affected by this as well. It's just like, that's not primarily who's going to get hit by this, or like not who's meant to be hit by this. But, it's voter disenfranchisement across the board, because this also will disenfranchise like poor people who don't have access to these documents, just any person who doesn't have access to these documents could potentially be discriminated against. So that's going to hit people of color harder. It's going to hit poor people harder. It's going to hit trans people hard. It's going to hit gay people hard. It's going to hit married women the hardest of all these groups. If we're being realistic, like, married women are going to be hit the hardest. Although obviously, again, everybody is disenfranchised in these situations. Hell, I even know a cis man who changed his name to his wife's name. So there are cis men out there who will also be disenfranchised by this. It's just like very few statistically compared to all these other groups, which is why I framed things the way that I did. Although you're right, we should acknowledge that gay people who get married are also going to be impacted if they change their name and then didn't change their birth certificate. And one of these political analysts points out, with every policy, there's always hiccups. The challenge with changing voting laws is that we've had very close elections in the last 3 cycles. So if you reduce the potential voters by 1 or 2%, that could change the outcome of the election. Yeah, like, this doesn't even need to impact as many people as it could impact in order for it to dramatically impact the outcome of the next election. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. While we're between stories, I just want to say, like, I know that I am kind of a downer sometimes, especially when it comes to like, oh, voting. Like, this kind of thing is why I say voting is not the only thing we should be doing. Now, I will, obviously, they're trying to prevent you from voting because it can make a difference, of course, but I think we should be making a point to do things outside of that framework, and that's why we have a call to action segment at the end of these videos. And sometimes I'll throw out calls to action just kind of in the middle of it as well. But at the end of every one of my weekly videos, we specifically say, like, here's something you can go out and do. Here's how you can make a difference here. And so I don't want you to feel like hopeless or helpless just because they are increasing voter restrictions. But yeah, I just think we should be doing more than just this. And this kind of thing is what I mean, yeah, again, when I'm talking about Trump doesn't want to have free and fair elections going forward. They're going to lose. Sorry, they're going to like restrict voter access. They might hold elections, but basically, you know, the thing that they did before, which is like they question every single time a Democrat wins. They say that that's fraud. They maybe let people vote provisionally, but then don't actually count that vote because of the voter registration being like not valid or something. It's going to create more of a burden if they get rid of mail-in voting, which they've been attacking as well. So I just want to clarify, you know, that these kinds of changes are the things that are going to lead to less and less democratic outcomes in our elections. Oh, good. Yeah, good point. Max points out one thing that should not be underestimated, in addition to just voting yourself, is helping other people to vote, like helping them fill out forms, get their paperwork in order, carpooling them to the polling locations, etc. That's a good point. Getting to know people, making sure that like elderly neighbors, of course, in a place with automatic mail-in ballots, this is not as much of a thing. But I mean, you know, even your elderly neighbors like being like, hey, do you know if you're registered to vote? You're going to get a mail-in ballot anytime there's an election, but let's make sure that your documentation is up to date and in order or whatever. And old people love to talk to people so much. So it's a really easy way to get more people involved with voting. They don't have anything else to do. Like talk to retired people, get them involved. Oh, good point. Yeah, like what if your husband died? Or maybe, you know, like, yeah, what if a situation where you need a death certificate, widows having to produce this additional documentation, just rubbing salt in the wound? Yeah, totally. Okay, so with all that said, I think that's all I've got on the SAVE Act. We'll go ahead and move on. This is more explicitly, you know, anti-trans dumb stuff going on. There are so many sports things where people are just freaking out about trans people in sports, even when it's like, rawr, rawr. Thank you in a box, giving Max a tier 3 subscription, saying I am Max can have a little color as a treat. Ooh, thank you very much. What does that bring us up to? That's like that's a $20 one, I think. Thank you. 120 out of 200. Pew, 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 pew. We're not skipping the news at this point. We can't skip the news. Now we're too far in. We're in too deep. 'Cause I'm in too deep. Out up. Anyway. Thank you. It's really just kind of hard to understand where the trans athletes thing is coming from, because this is impacting people even in sports that are not really split into sex. Like they're not like here's males and females. For example, fencing. Like this goofy ass sport where you wear a cage on your head and you kind of just like poke each other with these flimsy sticks, you know. And I'm not saying you can't, that no one ever gets injured doing fencing. I'm just saying like it's maybe not the most difficult physically. And it is often co-ed in fencing. But we're talking about fencing today because this anti-trans, or I don't know what her heart says, but this like woman refused to battle with another woman because she was trans, basically. 31-year-old Stephanie Turner read an article claiming that her would-be fencing opponent, 20-year-old college student Redmond Sullivan, was trans. She said it was, quote, God's will for her to take a knee in protest, record the interaction, and spread the video far and wide. So, like, that's... Hold on, is there any... Nope, she did not include... Who is this? Is this Aaron? Did someone else write this? This is S. Baum. I don't know their pronouns. So, anyway, this does not include the original image. I wonder if I can locate it somewhere. Okay, well, interesting things happen on Blue Sky when you type in kneeling. How about we change that to fencing and see what happens? Okay, here is the original picture, I guess. Oh, it's really tiny. I'm sorry. Let me make it bigger. So this woman is taking a knee. And again, if Erin is accurate here, she is 31 years old, talking about going up against a 20-year-old woman. Where am I? Here it is. And so Redmond is this person's name. Red walked up to Stephanie Turner and was like, oh, are you okay? Are you injured or something? And she was like, no, I'm just refusing to fence with you because you're a man. And this part of the problem that people are having with this is that there is an official process for you to decline to fence an opponent, and this is not it. I don't know a lot about fencing, but apparently there is like a correct protocol, and this woman is not following the correct protocol. So, and also like declining in that moment is a disqualification. So this cis woman who reportedly is kind of mediocre at fencing, disqualified herself by refusing to participate because her opponent was trans. She went in an interview and said, I didn't want to let people know that I'm okay with this and pretend like nothing's happening. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Okay, give me a second to find this other thing. So reportedly, this female fencer competed in a mixed gender event and beat several male competitors, finishing 8th place on March 23rd. And then on March 30th, this fencer, Stephanie Turner, this woman, filmed herself telling the trans competitor, I'm refusing to fence you because I am a woman and you are a man. So this is basically claiming that that same fencer went up against actual men and even beat them, but then just decided to not. It's like, this is a grift. Like, I think that this is what definitionally is a grift. Yeah, it's always mediocre players doing this. It's so strange. I recently saw a headline about discontent with a trans woman being in a women's billiards tourney. Right. That's how you know that this is not about fairness in sports. Because we've studied whether this is fair. And there is no clear advantage. And then if there was an advantage, we would also have to demonstrate that it's an unfair advantage. And I keep doing this example, like What about girls with PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which often is like, it's a cis woman who has like higher than the average levels of testosterone. It impacts their fertility. Sometimes they grow facial hair. I'm sure that you've seen like the bearded woman. There's several examples of women who have stopped shaving their facial hair because they have PCOS, and that's the part of their natural bodies. Women with PCOS having higher than average testosterone during their puberty might also cause them to be taller, might also cause them to have more masculine muscle structure. Are those women having an unfair advantage when they participate in sports? Or is that just like a natural variation that you're okay with? But when it's a trans girl, suddenly it's a problem? It's like, this is one of the most frustrating conversations to try to have with people who, like, when I am a person who cares about facts and data and other people don't. Because I'm like, I know what the data says on this. I've looked into it. And you're right, Mabs. There is a huge amount of financial benefit, because what this Aaron and Morn article is actually about is that this woman got $5,000 from an anti-trans group after taking a knee and refusing to do this. She's like, this will probably, at least for the moment, destroy my life. It's very hard for me to do this. But here's your $5,000 check. Honestly, that's not enough money. You got screwed. If this is going to quote unquote destroy your life, you should have gotten at least $20K. But this is like, you can just get money. You can just get free money if you pretend to be transphobic. Or I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this person is actually transphobic. It's definitely not because she doesn't like men, because she fences against men all the time. So it's not about men, it's about trans women, as usual. You can't portray transphobes as being like man haters, because they usually are fine with collaborating with men, celebrating men, uplifting men. They do not like trans people. Yeah, wannabe Riley Gaines. I'm just seeing if there's anything else in this article. Oh man, these people do this crocodile tears thing too. I guess we'll take one last moment to hate on this woman. She told Fox News that she's competed in this particular tournament for about a decade, and she got really sad when she learned her opponent might be trans. She said, I started crying. I had already committed so much money to it and training hours. She says that she spent a lot of time in years past imagining what she might do if she ever faced a trans opponent. Why? You face male opponents all the time. She says, I always had this thought that if ever something like this should happen, I would forfeit, and I had an idea of how I would forfeit, but I was nervous about it because it creates a statement that will obviously result in a black card, the most severe penalty in fencing, resulting in expulsion from a competition. Yes, she was disqualified. I'm just going to give it to God. Oh man, crazy. Just so you know, the actual rules of the USAF say that a fencer is not permitted to refuse to fence another properly entered fencer for any reason. So, yeah. It's wild. Yeah, wanna be having $5,000. Like, is that how easy it is? I can just really seriously hurt and like make public the identity of a trans woman by like refusing to participate in a competition with her, and then suddenly I'm rolling in all this money. Is that how it works? It's crazy how it's hard to know whether people are legitimate with what they believe these days, or if they're just like, I will say anything because I need money. I will do and say anything because I need money. Yeah, baby. I know, it's so frustrating, isn't it? They just want money. They don't want to be truthful. They don't care about what's real. He's such a good boy. Yeah, this woman claiming like, "Oh my god, this is going to ruin my life." Like, yeah, you're going to be fine. Just like Riley Gaines, you go on your little conservative speaking tour, you're going to be fine. Ridiculous. Okay. And it's worth noting that the state of Texas is going after USAF for these things, like for letting trans women participate. So, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, cancel culture doesn't mean anything nowadays. People are like, oh, I can't say this, I can't do this, I'll get canceled. And then they're just saying it, and then they're not getting canceled, and everything's fine. Let me go ahead and take a moment to make sure my notes are all organized here, because I didn't organize them before, so I'm just going to take a minute. I want to slim down how many tabs I have open. The easiest way to do it is to just start putting these in my notes and closing them when I don't need them anymore. Okay, just about ready to move on to the next one, which we did touch on last week, but I want to get a little bit more in depth on it today. Okay. Ooh, we're so close to 100 likes for today, too. That would be exciting to get to 100 likes. If you haven't already hit like on the stream, that's not right. If you haven't already hit like on the video, please do that. But while you're also down there, check your notification settings. Just double check whether you're subscribed, all that jazz. Little tiny call to action in between segments to make sure you're supporting the show in all those really easy, quick, and free ways. Y'all remember the cast review, I assume. We have not been really discussing news out of the UK recently because things have just been so cataclysmic here in the United States. I'm kind of narrowing my focus a little bit to just talking about stuff that's happening in the US. But the cast review was this thing, a report was commissioned in the UK, and they used that report as justification to basically eliminate all youth trans healthcare, and potentially that is even expanding into adult trans healthcare in the UK on the National Health Service, the socialized medicine. The cast report didn't even say to stop giving this medicine to trans kids. To be clear, like, they didn't even say that, but that is what it was taken to mean. And then all these, crackdowns. The Trump administration seems keen to produce its own CAS review, basically. We touched on this last week, but we didn't go in depth. But there has been some news. The Department of Health and Human Services seems to be preparing to release a review of trans care intentionally slanted to oppose it. I want to also call your attention to the fact that this is Aaron in the Morning. As always, anything that I discuss, I try to include the links to the articles down below so you can click through and read more, since I'm here mostly to give my commentary and just kind of riff on the information here. So this review is expected to follow the same playbook as the Governor DeSantis Florida Board of Medicine review and the CAS review in England, both of which excluded gender-affirming care experts and were specifically engineered to justify these crackdowns on care. According to anti-trans organizations, the report is expected by April 28th and could be used to undermine not just youth care, but adult care as well. Imagine being like a trans researcher who's like, I'm going to bust out a full report acknowledging trans youth, and it's going to be done in like 2 weeks. Like, imagine having that low effort put into it. Like something that you should hypothetically spend a long time studying. They're like, yeah, we're just going to have this busted out by April 28th. Chill. Super chill. Okay, the foundation for this review was laid out in the executive order issued January 28th, which instructed the Department of Health and Human Services to, quote, publish a review of the existing literature on best practices for promoting the health of children who assert gender dysphoria, rapid onset gender dysphoria, which is totally fake, or other identity-based confusion within 90 days. Yeah, obviously, rapid gender dysphoria is not real. Yeah, I guess it doesn't take long to fabricate the data to say what you want it to say. And this is what we discussed last week, that then acting NIH Director Matthew Mamoli recently sent out an internal email directing the National Institutes of Health to fund research focused on the, quote, chemical and surgical mutilation of children and adults, a phrase which is, of course, rooted in anti-trans rhetoric. The email outlined 2 main areas of focus for the review. They want to focus on regret and detransition following social transition, and outcomes in youth who have undergone what the administration calls chemical and surgical mutilation. Obviously, this language is very charged, and there apparently will not be any participation from experts in gender-affirming care, which, again, is, you know, like, experts in gender-affirming care all agree that this is the appropriate way to care for this issue, is to, you know, let these people socially transition, support them socially, let them get the medical care that they want, and then they're much more closely, like, their outcomes much more closely resemble those of non-trans individuals once we account for those things about their lives that are difficult specifically because they are trans. So, like, being trans itself is not the problem. The lack of access to care, or the lack of access to support, the lack of access to accurate documentation, or the difficulty finding jobs, like, all of those things negatively impact trans people. Those are external, though. It is not about trans people being fundamentally dysfunctional. But yeah, obviously, focusing on regret and detransition, they're going to try to trump up the numbers. I have said trump up twice, I think, now. They're going to try to falsely inflate the number of people who regret. To justify further restrictions, of course. Aaron says, if released as expected by April 28th, this review could become a cornerstone document used to justify sweeping restrictions on gender-affirming care for both youth and adults across the country. This report marks another escalation in the dismantling of science within the Department of Health and Human Services under Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A man whose war on vaccines and water fluoridation has already opened the door to once eradicated diseases. Yep, it's not going to be good. It's going to be bad in a more holistic way. Like, obviously, we are focusing on the trans issue, but obviously, like, this is part of a broader, let's get rid of research about things that we don't like. Let's make sure we downplay the actual solutions to actual problems. Let's invent problems. It's wild right now. We know that water fluoridation helps teeth, by the way. And the way that we know that is that we've studied children who are receiving subsidized health care. Because that's the information that the government can easily access. Is like, okay, all these kids who are receiving dental health care through government programs like Medicaid, or, you know, if there are any specific programs, there are specific insurances that poor people can get for their children. I don't know what it's called, but the kids on that program, you can tell, like, oh, this community was drinking fluoridated water and this other community was not drinking fluoridated water. The fluoride does make a huge difference in dental health. So, like, choosing to remove it or remove the requirement for it, you're just trying to ruin people's health. Like, I don't even know what the purpose of this is. My voice is very sore today. I spent some time this week singing to Chapel Roan, but like on her octave. You might not know it, like listening to me talk during streams, like you might not know that I can sing Chapel Roan, like where she sings, but I can. But I don't do it very often, and sometimes it results in my voice being very, very, very tired. I stretched things a little bit. It's a little sore. It's a little swollen in here. The purpose is keeping people poor by increasing the cost of dental care. If people can't afford it and their health gets bad, even better because they can't fight back. I mean, but they have to know that it's unsustainable at some point to have people like dying as often as people will die when they are not drinking fluoridated water. You know, like the increase in the number of infections, you know, like a lot of people don't have great dental health care. And if they didn't have fluoridated water, their teeth would never come in contact with cleaning stuff. Fluoride is one of those things that feels like pure distraction. Trans people are a distraction, yes, but they also just hate trans people. Fluoride, however, I feel is pretty much just pure distraction. I mean, but it's like part of a broader dismantling of things that protect people's health. You know, so obviously getting rid of fluoridated water on its own would be whatever. You could say it's whatever, but it's interesting because it fits in with like, and also they are, you know, getting rid of cancer research. They are also wanting to dismantle environmental protections through the EPA. Like they also want to prevent people from getting vaccinated. They also would like to, I don't know, it's interesting. There are so few mask wearers nowadays that they have not targeted us as a political demographic by trying to pass a federal law to make wearing a mask illegal, but bet they would. If Democrats take on community care and masking to prevent like the spread of disease, then certainly Trump will try to make it illegal on the federal level to wear a mask, you know? So it's like part of this whole broader thing where so many things that they're doing are going to result in an unhealthy population, people who are going to be missing work more often, people who are going to apply for disability more often, people who are going to retire earlier, you know, and like people who are going to just die and drop out of the workforce entirely and leaving children who are going to require state support to live. Like it's only going to create more and more problems that you usually then have to use public services to overcome those problems. When you remove fluoride, a lot of people don't know about it or how it's helping them, so it's like a boiling frog scenario. I do think that's interesting. I saw Hank Green just tweeted, or on Blue Sky, you know what I mean? He skeeted about how, people probably don't realize when their life has been saved by something, and like that is a kind of a problem. I was sort of what he was implying, I think, that, probably 200,000 people per year don't die who would otherwise die because of pollution. But because we've put caps on pollution, there's like 200,000 people who are alive who wouldn't otherwise be. But they don't know that their life has been saved by these changes and like restrictions on pollution. Yeah, the services, well, yeah, obviously the services will not exist that people usually rely on. Like when they're talking about cutting Social Security and they're like, oh, what are these 4-year-olds doing on Social Security? It's like, that's the Social Security benefit for survivors of dead parents. Like, this is the orphans on Social Security because their parents are dead, recipients of Social Security. We should have that. Like, we should have a system where children who are orphans receive their parents' pay in to Social Security. Like, that's obvious. That's obvious. We should, as a society, support orphans. Crazy. Yeah, people don't count all the times that another Flint, Michigan didn't happen. Which, by the way, I don't think they ever fixed the water in Flint, Michigan. I'm pretty sure that the crisis has never ended there. They probably have just gotten used to having to, like, buy a bunch of bottled water all the time. And, like, not being able to take a real shower. Anyway. Oh, I'm actually reaching the end of what would normally be stream time, but I haven't even gotten close to finishing the news today. All right, cool. So yeah, anyway, they want us all to die, kind of is the impression that I'm getting. Oh wait, hold on, I already did this one. Nope. I'm getting ready for the next thing. Sorry, hold on, give me a second. Okay, welcome back, chat. I had to put you down for a second, and now you're back. We did kind of start the news a bit late. Yeah, it's no worries. It's fine. Yeah, no immigrants, no healthcare. No wonder they're really pushing the women aren't having enough babies angle. They need everyone to be poor and having 9 kids again. Yeah, they got to get workers somewhere. Anyway. Man. So I don't know that I'm going to go on this one for very long. This is going to be our last kind of challenging news story of the day, and then we have a couple of positive ones that we're going to wrap up with. I want to talk about the immigration problem that we're having right now. Like the deportation problem, or if we're being even more accurate, the kidnapping problem. Because deportation is an official process where you get to defend yourself in court. But if you're just being taken from your home and put on an airplane and sent out of the country, it's not a deportation. Deportation is a formal paperwork process. These people are just being kidnapped and removed from the country. One of the people who we've been talking about, I don't mean me because I haven't really covered this much because all the other news has been taking up so much time, but Mohammed Khalil, I can't fucking read. He has been arrested and, he's like a college student and he was speaking, in favor of Palestinian life and rights, and that is now being considered anti-Semitic. When you're saying this group of people deserves to live, then apparently that also means inherently that you think some other group of people has to die. Make it make sense? We don't understand. So there was a little bit of bad news, but what I want to highlight that it's not exactly correct, the spin that people have put on this. An immigration judge on Friday ruled that the Trump administration can deport Columbia University graduate student Mohammed Khalil, a decision which comes a month after his arrest prompted national outrage and marked the start of the federal government's broader crackdown on foreign students. So again, let's just call into mind, because we haven't talked about this yet, that it's not fair for you to be in this country legally and advocate for the life and rights of another group of people and have that be justification for removing you. We are supposed to have First Amendment right to freedom of expression. This is not terrorism. It's not violence. It's just mostly people saying that they support Palestinian existence and that if someone is hurting them, then they should stop doing that, right? But it's being spun into this oh, it's anti-Semitism, oh, it's terrorism, oh, it's blah, blah, blah. So Khalil, has until April 23rd to file for relief. He is allowed to remain in the United States until then. And this is also not even the most, the most notable case. There are so many other situations where this is happening, where people are being removed from the country because of alleged gang activity, even though they don't have any gang activity, or even white people trying to enter this country on visas are being detained, people from Australia, people from Britain, people from Germany. And there's just so many different stories, and not all of them are getting this kind of coverage. A federal judge in New Jersey has temporarily barred Khalil's deportation while he fights a challenge to this. Now, I will say that some people are concerned because of this top line here, where it's the Trump administration is allowed to deport him. But Chris Geidner over here on Blue Sky has, who is this even? Are you a lawyer? Who are you, sir? Yeah, so this guy covers law news, and he says that the hearing today was before an immigration judge located within the Justice Department. That's not the same as a federal judge, in the sense that anyone reading at least one nationwide story saying so thinks of it. This is also not the habeas case. So this is basically going to continue working through. But I wanted to bring it up and talk about it a little bit because we haven't really been discussing any of this immigration stuff. And obviously it's wrong on its own. I don't think I need to elaborate on why kidnapping people or deporting people who are in this country trying to make a better life for themselves, who are following the law, who are just speaking their mind about injustices. There's no reason why those people should be kicked out. Our country is a stronger, better place when we have immigrants here. Our economy is stronger. Socially, our country benefits from having a wide diversity of types of people here. Am I the only kid who grew up watching the friggin' Schoolhouse Rock? It's The great American melting pot. Just let me reactivate some of your memories of your childhood there. But like that was supposed to be one of the good things about being from here. And maybe that's just like a, mid 90s ridiculously optimistic view of American exceptionalism. But it's not, it's no less disappointing to have to deal with the fact that people, like, again, they're just violently hateful, but they also don't care about the facts. They don't care that the economy is stronger when we have immigrants, that if a country's birth rates are in decline for some reason, that letting more immigrants in is the direct solution to that problem. Then you have more people making more babies and you have more workers. If you're currently experiencing a shortage of workers, like, it only benefits the economy. And this is also potentially going to be a problem even for people who are citizens. I don't remember where it was, and I didn't save it because I'm trying to avoid looking at this stuff all throughout the week. So sometimes I'll like see something briefly and then I'll skip past it and I don't save it for later because I don't need to look at this news all week long. But I did see that a report is out showing that like US citizens have been deported in the last 5 years. The less right to due process you have, because due process is this idea, that we have the right to our day in court. We have the right to try to prove we belong here or whatever. So if you are arrested, kidnapped, detained, then put on an airplane and you just get kicked out of the country, and that's a normal thing and okay to do to immigrants. But like, if you're not being given an opportunity to prove that you're a citizen, how are you going to prove that you're a citizen? How does this not impact citizens? If it's normal to just deny certain people the right to due process, well, you just have to make an assumption about someone and then deny them the right to due process. And you combine that with the difficulty that trans people are having access to accurate documentation and everything, and like the increasing attacks in places like Texas, where I believe there was some recent discussion about potentially nullifying trans people's existing identification. So like, if you're driving a car but you don't know that your license has basically been suspended because of your gender marker change that you did 3 years ago, you could functionally be undocumented. So and like, again, this could happen to anyone. Citizens are at risk of being deported. Like, citizens have to worry about where they go to protest, about what they say. This is why you should care about the rights of other people. Just because you're not an immigrant doesn't mean that you will not be harmed by these policies that are meant to harm immigrants. Just like if you are not trans, that doesn't mean that you will never be harmed by a transphobic policy, like these many cis women in women's restrooms that we've seen recently. Okay. We're about to do our positive news segment here in a second. I only have 2 positive stories, and it's probably not going to take us a huge amount of time, but don't forget that we're also going to do a call to action at the end of all this. So, yes, we just talked about a lot of heavy news. We're going to take just a moment to like take a breath. Then we'll talk about some positive news, and we're going to end by making sure we have a clear idea of what we can do with our feelings now. How can we put ourselves to productive use in dealing with all these different things? So I will use the opportunity here in the interlude to just say this is my job currently. I am entirely supported by viewers. I do not take sponsorships, or at least I have not taken any sponsorships. So direct support via Patreon, one-time donations at my website, or if you're interested, you can purchase merchandise or buy me a gift on my throne wish list. Any way that you choose to support the show is very appreciated, as well as all the likes and comments and all that kind of stuff. Thank you. Okay, well, so here's a couple situations of like, here's a bad thing that almost happened, or a bad thing that they tried to do that then got fixed, or is in the process of being challenged, or something. This is where we get our good news nowadays. Trump made an attempt to defund school lunches in the state of Maine over trans people. You know, basically saying, you know, we're gonna decline to send you this funding if you don't change these policies about supporting trans kids effectively. And there's a lawsuit. This lawsuit says even if the state of Maine were in violation of Title IX, and to be clear, it is not, there are statutory and regulatory requirements that the federal government must comply with before it may freeze federal funds owed to a state. The secretary followed none of those procedures here. Her action is arbitrary, capricious, not in accordance with the law, and did not observe procedures required by law. Basically, yeah, this woman just sent a letter saying, I am freezing Maine's federal funds. But a judge has ruled that you can't just fucking do that, it turns out. You can't just do that. It turns out, no. You can't just do that. This is a Bush-appointed judge. This one's written by Mira. A judge ordered the U.S. Department of Agriculture to unfreeze millions in funding to Maine's child nutrition program. Judge John A. Woodcock, a George W. Bush appointee on the U.S. District Court for the District of Maine, issued a temporary restraining order requiring the department and Secretary of Agriculture Brooke L. Rollins to, quote, immediately unfreeze and release to the state of Maine any federal funding that they have frozen or failed or refused to pay because of the state of Maine's alleged failure to comply with the requirements of Title IX. Woodcock declined to weigh in on whether allowing trans female athletes to compete in girls' sports would violate Title IX. Because again, that's the fucking thing. They're always using fucking sports. Oh, you're violating women's Title IX by letting men participate in the sports. Like, okay, whatever. Stupid bullshit. The 1972 federal law prevents sex-based discrimination in education. That's what Title IX is. Of course, Title IX is widely interpreted by civil rights attorneys as protecting trans students from discrimination. So, again, dumb. Has 47 ever won a court case yet? Great question. So, and obviously it remains to be seen whether... Oh, I just want to make sure that you tie this in, because this all started in February. There was a National Governors Association meeting where Trump was like, oh, in Maine, you better do this, you better do that. And the governor of Maine, Janet Mills, said, see you in court, which spurred an investigation from the United States Department of Education into the Maine Department of Education regarding a single trans girl in the state being allowed to play on a girls' team. Maine, of course, is a sanctuary state for queer people, having strong protections for transgender residents and like non-discrimination statutes and safeguards for gender-affirming care. Imagine being that evil that like one trans girl in the entire state of Maine means you're going to freeze funding for every low-income child who needs... Oh, yeah, so the Maine's child nutrition program provides meals to children from low-income households in school. I was on that program, maybe not that exact one, but like I had flexible priced lunch because of my poor family. Also childcare centers and after school programs. So like all of the funding for snacks that like any after school programs like Boys and Girls Club and shit like that, they were going to just cancel all of that. They were going to starve every child in Maine who can't afford food over one. Like, listen, they were going to starve every poor child who uses Maine's child nutrition program in the state of Maine. They were going to be like, we're not giving you any of these federal dollars over one trans girl on a girls' team for sports in the whole state of Maine. That is evil. That is what evil is. This administration is evil. But the courts seem to be siding with reason for the most part. We'll see. We'll see how it goes going into the future. Whether they will agree to follow the court order is a different question, but the courts are doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, I have to get more water before we do this last one. Well, we only have one story left. Give me a second. Okay, I'm sorry. My throat is very sore. What did you do, Cans and Capybara? Oh, I see. Too much nonsense. Okay, you're unmuted. Too much nonsense in your thing. And finally, our last news item for today. And after the news item, we're doing a call to action, so stick around. Florida teacher loses job over trans student's name, but community fights back. This one, I believe, is in Florida. Yes, so she is a teacher. This teacher, Melissa Calhoun, AP literature teacher at Satellite High School in Satellite Beach, Florida. Excuse me. Her alleged crime was calling a supposedly trans student by their preferred name. The community has now fought back. Brevard Public Schools, which is the birthplace of Moms for Liberty, has found itself at the center of a maelstrom, igniting a mobilization of its students and parents against the far-right policies that its school board helped pioneer and spread across the country. Moms for Liberty co-founder Tina Deskovich was once a Brevard school board member herself for the sleepy island town just outside Cape Canaveral. So this is where this is going on, is like the nexus of the beginning of Moms of Liberty. On April 8th, the board, composed of a conservative firewall, voted unanimously to dismiss Calhoun at the end of her contract in May, ending her decade-long career at Satellite High School. The reason stated was that Calhoun had called a student by a name different than the one on their birth certificate, which violates a 2023 statewide policy requiring written parental consent before a teacher can use a child's nickname. A student's parent evidently discovered the discrepancy and escalated it to the board. So it wasn't even this kid's parent. It's not like, oh, you were violating the consent of this kid's parent. It was just some other person. That's crazy. And like technically under this law, I think we talked about it at the time, technically even calling a child Matt instead of Matthew would be in violation of the law. Of course, is only meant to affect trans people, and it probably only will affect trans people, but it depends. Man, if a trans teacher used a cis kid's nickname, I bet that they would get caught out for that. Oh my god. Kansas Capybara says, this stuff is why I dropped out from my education major, not being paid well enough to oppress children 5 days a week. Oh my god, true. Calhoun's colleague, Christine Staniek, said this teacher was not fired. Instead, her contract was simply not renewed. On paper, it may seem like a small administrative decision, but let's be honest, it's a way to slip this under the rug. She lambasted the board for what she called a lack of transparency. One of the juniors in high school there said she was not reinstated for one simple reason. She was allowing a student to use the name they prefer. The ink was still dry on the school board's ruling when students began planning a walkout via social media. By Thursday, April 9th, satellite administrators knew they had a problem on their hands. The teachers received an email signed by the principal of the school depicting a message projected onto a whiteboard, which instructed teachers to emphasize the consequences of walking out. It said, skipping class or leaving campus without permission disrupts the learning process and compromises the safety and security of our school community. Leaving campus, as always, results in suspension. So there's basically a bunch of kids who are willing to get an academic penalty via suspension by doing a walkout because one of their teachers got fired for supporting a student who is allegedly trans. We don't even know the details here, just using a student's name. I love that this is a student-led thing because I love when the youth kind of take things into their own hands. I don't like that they're required to. Like, I don't enjoy that young people are being challenged to confront adults in their lives trying to harm them. But I do still find it inspiring to a degree. You know, a student rally was held after like the walkout, students engaged in a walkout. Community members protested at the perimeter, holding signs like students have First Amendment rights too, and support LGBTQ students. So yeah, I think that's a good story. Is like her contract is allegedly not being renewed, but the people in the community are rallying for her. The students are rallying for her, and we can hope that this continues to cause change. Like, I think that there are so many times when we feel kind of disheartened and we feel like, oh, things are pointless. And sometimes we're correct that people won't have our back. You know, I know a teacher in Texas who is trans and whose colleagues and management that they were expecting to support them didn't support them when they have been targeted by these changes. So it's not always the case, but it is often the case that people show up for us when we don't expect them to. And that we are more valued in our communities than we realize. So now I want to talk about a call to action. I try to give you at least a couple different options for calls to action at the end. So one is I would suggest finding some way to support your local schools. You know, if you're going to be voting on school board, I would say, do the research because school board elections happen regularly. This is the kind of local election that you should care about in like May. I know that I talk shit on voting, and I want to be clear that mostly when I'm talking shit on voting, I'm talking about federal level voting and not local level stuff because it is those May primaries or like those May elections that change things for your local community, that change how the school district treats students, that affects what students are going to learn. And those students are going to become members of the society that we all live in. So we want to make sure that they're learning, right? So get to know who is on your local school board. Vote on who is, vote on the candidate who you want to be represented. Double check that these people are not associated with Moms of Liberty, because that's one of the sneaky things that the conservatives are doing is they're taking over school boards all over the country because it's one of those elections that people don't take note of. So make a point to take note of that. If there's some way that you can volunteer, like if you have kids in school, if you can volunteer to help in the classroom or with after school activities or anything like that. And then more generally, because I know a lot of us, voting is only one day of the week, whatever, or one day of the year sometimes. We want to make sure we're doing things that we can apply ourselves to, right? So if you don't have a kid in school, what's another thing that you can do this week as your call to action? Find some other way to contribute in your community. It can be something small, like picking up some trash off the sidewalk, or it can be something bigger, like donating your time to the homeless shelter, or donating money. You can also donate money to stuff like the food pantry. Donate something to the food pantry. Just find something small, ideally something manageable, and give that to your community, whatever it is. Do something nice for the environment. Do something nice for other people. I gave you a couple specific examples, but you're not locked down to my specific examples. Support schools and support people in your local community. And remember, we try to rotate out different calls to action. So in the future, I might say something like go to a protest, or I might say contact your legislator, but just keep it manageable. Each week, try to do one thing that will enable you to live your values. Because I think we underestimate the importance of living true to your values and how much of a difference it makes to you, how you feel about yourself, the passion that you have. You have to make the world you want to live in. And every day we make it together. So keep all that in mind as you give yourself in some capacity to the community that you belong to. With all that said, that is going to be the end of the YouTube video. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me. Don't forget to interact in all those fun ways, like, comment, subscribe, click the links in the description to read more about any of this, and, support the show in whatever way you can. So thank you very much. See you next time. And with that said, that is the end of the stream. My voice is very tired. I will plan to see you all on Wednesday for the chill stream. All right. Much love, everybody. Be good. And I'll see you then.